Alright, so now it is acting like it understands. Let's see if I can choose the avatars. There we go. Okay. Why are my avatars messed up? It doesn't make any sense to me. Whoa. That is bizarre. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The macro bar is not visible. That's the problem. How do you do that? Oh, here we go. Okay, that is much better, but it swaps with me swapping. Wow, that's truly annoying. Okay, how can I get it not to do that? Wow, it doesn't even key on the name. Ugh, that is just annoying. Huh. Well, I don't think there's a solution. Well, this headset is just absolutely horrible with respect to its, what do you call it, static. I'm getting just a lot of useless static also.
Sound perfectly fine to me, and I've not heard no echoes at all this time.
Whoa. All I heard was a mumbling. Say again?
It sounded fine to me, and I'm not getting any of the normal echoes I get from you.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I know. That's why I put the headset on, is to stop the echoes. All right, so whenever I get the static, that's when it's short-circuiting, and I have to shake the leads in order to reconnect properly or something. I don't know. All right, so I'm just working out the new setup here. Sorry. Alrighty, might as well put you guys on the right map, which is me going over to here, and switching this to. Oh my goodness, that's quite the distance. I have so many maps that the little player ribbon, I literally have to scroll, move you, scroll, move you, and scroll, move you. It takes 3 full screens worth of scrolling. And that's because of Roll20's horrible means of indexing their maps. But whatever. Alright, so that should have moved you to the proper map. Let's see if my player is on the proper map. Yep. Okay. Well, there we go. Okay, so who are we missing? We are missing the Austins. We need Austins. That would do it.
What do you stream on?
I am streaming using OBS, which is the easiest free one that I could find and understand within mere moments of starting to attempt to understand it.
No, I mean like I assumed you were using OBS or something like that, but are you simply recording the session, or are you using like YouTube or Twitch or whatever to actually stream it?
Yes is the answer. I am both streaming it and then publishing it to YouTube. If you look in the streaming thread of our game on Mythweavers, there are links to the last 2 sessions streams, and those streams are on YouTube. So, yes is the answer to your question. But yeah, OBS and then, yes, published to YouTube. Hello, somebody joined us, I think. Still don't see the Austins. Haven't heard.
Was Felix?
They were not coming, and it is. Oh, it's only 6:31, so we're only 1 minute into it.
Hello.
Buenas noches.
Hey,
How are
Ron.
you doing?
Well,
I'm doing fine. That's a good time change.
Yes, it is.
That helps.
Yes, it does. I bet it helps you guys. Yeah, that's awesome. I was hoping that it wasn't, worse, and I thought about it, and I was like, okay, if they stay the same and we get later, that's good for them. Yeah, yeah.
Hello everyone, I was lurking here.
Lurker. All
I saw
right. Yes. Yeah.
You were talking, I didn't have anything to say about what you were saying, so yeah, I was lurking.
That's fine. Okay, so I think I've taken down the turn order. Or have I? Let's see. No, I have not taken down the turn order. So let me resort the turn order just to make sure. Okay. Oh, this turn order is left over from the second game. All right, so I will take the turn order down now. And everybody, please go ahead and do your re-rolling initiative, and we'll go from there. And we'll just start hoping that we can get sort of, halfway through one round and the Austins will show up, and that will help us out, I think. It's only a theory.
which one is initiative again?
Initiative
I,
is
right?
just I. Yes,
Okay.
that's right. And what was the other one? Okay. All right. We will arrange it. And happy day. Okay, so before we get started here, just a generic question then. Does anyone have a question about um, what's going on at this point or want to make a comment or anything before we get started? Okay, just wanted to make sure. And Wrangle, it is your turn, sir.
Okay, you made us roll initiative, so there must be something ahead.
No cheating. You can't know that, but yes, there's you certainly heard scampering.
Stefan, what's wrong with you?
You certainly
just got an arrow, right?
yeah, you certainly heard scampering ahead in the hallway. The last thing that happened really was this wolf came running in and attacked and was murdered. And then, yeah, I believe Stefan, is that not correct? Stefan walked up into the hallway and then just got shot, right? And that was like the last thing that happened.
No, that is not quite correct.
Okay, then tell us what happened from your own estimation.
We waited several minutes, and then I collected some goblin eyes from the ones killed on this side, and then Felix and I went across the bridge after we didn't hear anything, and then I got shot.
There is no bridge here. I'm not exactly sure what you're
The
referring to.
bridge, whatever. To me, it was a bridge of fire, so that's what I had in my head.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, it's just a stone hallway there, and there's, lumps of dead goblin bodies. And incidentally, I did not know that minutes had passed, and we will take a step back off of that call because you do still certainly hear the wailing pain of these, whatever it is that's in this room. Now, if you are content to, with the knowledge of something up there being in pain, allow minutes to pass, then I guess we can say that that's okay. But did we
the entire point of waiting minutes to pass was that Abril was. Oh, wait a minute. We took us a little bit to figure out that we had an antidote to the poison.
Ah, okay, that's right. So you kind of looked around. Okay, so so
as opposed to spirits wailing in pain, Stefan ignores it. He doesn't care.
Yeah. Okay, so.
The person that probably should care is not here.
Is not here, of course, with breaking the role-playing truth of the world. Okay, so all right, so Kern is of course then agitated and wants the party to move on. And okay, there he is. Good. We will pause for one moment, and we will say that no more than a minute has passed, even if I said otherwise at the end of last session. I'm not exactly sure what all I allowed to take place, but I should have reminded you that there are wailing sounds of pain from the other area, and that even with the minute, you're going to let pass a minute because we got to do that to allow you to take stock of the various potions and whatnot that you have, of course. But then within that time frame, you determine, oh, okay. The voice of the spirit or whatever it is in that other area is lessening. It seems to be dying. Okay? And I'll probably have to say that again. Hello. Hey, Tim. How you doing? Welcome.
Not too bad. Sorry about that. Time got away from us.
All right. Well, so we were just kind of recapping what's going on, and not exactly sure. Maybe there was some time spent at the end of last session to kind of take stock of where you were and what you had from the goblins. But I forgot to, or just didn't want to deal with it at the time, the fact that while you do that and at least spend, let's say, a minute dealing with various logistical issues within the party, taking stock of where you're at, the dying, wounded sounds of the spirit begin to diminish and the overall implication being that whatever it is dying. So there is some motivation to get on with whatever it is that you guys are going to be doing. So anyway,
Isn't that a Monty Python, a Holy Grail joke?
of course, there are always Monty Python and the Holy Grail jokes embedded within everything. We will be lighting the Grail-shaped beacon momentarily. But I want, for right now, I need Kern and Nala to roll initiative. And Wrangle, where, I'm sorry, you were in the mid-turn, so what are you doing?
Where's this light source coming from?
Stefan has a torch. Is that not correct? Stefan, do you have a
For
torch?
the moment.
Okay, Stefan is carrying a torch. And
Okay.
anyone else that is carrying a torch should know that they are carrying a torch. But I don't know necessarily who that is. It doesn't look like anyone else is carrying one at the moment. Okay, there we go. Kern has one.
Kern has one.
So
You had to move it in order to roll.
yeah, that does happen. And
This looks odd.
if you
this light source.
1 second, if you want me to, I will. Oh, I'm on the player screen. 1 second. I have to do some. I have even more work to do now because Roll20 doesn't let me. OBS doesn't let me stream using that other window. Okay, so I put the torch underneath your token, Kern. So now it will be on the bottom and not the default token that you click on. Hopefully that will help
Thank
somewhat.
you. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that will help somewhat. Okay, so go ahead, Felix.
Okay, I will first take a perception check.
Okay.
What lurks ahead?
Where did you move from? Move yourself back to where you moved from for 1 second.
I'm here.
But was that where you started?
Yes.
Okay.
I ended here last
All right.
session.
All right. I will call your attention to the fact that you are currently prone and bloodied, according to the little dots.
That's okay. I stay prone.
Okay.
Do I hear or
Okay.
perceive?
The only thing that you hear right now is, well, actually, I'll let you go ahead and roll a oh, you did roll a perception check. Oh, nice. 27. Very nice. Okay, so you actually hear, like, let me look back at my other screen. 1 second. Quite a ways to the north in this tunnel, you hear a sound that you correctly identify as the cocking of a crossbow. And you would estimate that noise came from about 40 feet away. So you heard a pretty far away noise. Now, 1 second, and let me look at something. Okay. You also see, like, the glimmering that you can kind of see that there's some. Do you see that on the map? Yeah, you can see that. There's some light that's peering into quote unquote open spaces, and you can't necessarily see because it's not silhouetted, but you would imagine that maybe some of that white space connects up, you know. If you know what I'm saying. Like, that seems to be a kind of an open room up there.
Okay. So, let me check this. Since I just can't remember if these creatures can see in the dark, But I know they didn't carry any light source, right?
Correct. You did not see them carrying any torches or anything, and it became apparent to you that they were moving around in the darkness before, and shooting
Okay.
arrows from the darkness into your group. So you think that they can see in the dark.
Okay, following thing. Can I steal the torch from Stefan and throw it in the direction and hope to blind that creatures? I mean, holding a torch in front of you is very blinding, so is
Okay.
it possible?
So you think that grabbing a torch from Stefan requires that a couple of things, like within my game mechanic, it's a minor action to do it, but he has to be willing. If he says he's willing, that means he's going to spend a minor action on his turn to give it to you also, but it will occur now. So Stefan, just let me know
I
if...
don't. Okay.
Okay.
I don't have time to think, and I tell him, "Give me the torch."
Okay, so
And
you're
I'm waiting.
you're trying to grab it. So you're spending the minor action to try and grab it. Stefan,
Drop it.
okay.
Okay.
Just as
If it takes me a minor action to hand it to him, fine.
okay, so yeah, so if he drops it, you know that he has to like literally catch it. So even if you like aim it to drop it in his hand, that's still the minor action. So okay, so you're taking the minor action. All right, so
Okay.
minor action, you've got the torch now. Now, Stefan, go into your token and turn your torch off, or move the torch if it's a fully token by itself over to Wrangler. Follow me. All right, so Wrangle, continue.
Okay. Then I will throw the torch into the direction I just made my perception check.
All right,
In
so
order to try to blind the the dark vision.
okay, roll me a ranged basic attack, and you're actually aiming for the square. You think it's actually up there to the north of that little square what I'm pinging on right now. You see the ping?
Okay.
Yep. So
I
you're-
don't know what happened, but it didn't. There it is.
Okay, 16. All right, so that's not a direct hit for that distance, but you get to roll the D8. Roll a D8 and see where it
Plane
goes.
eight.
Yep, a plain D8, and then you might as well roll a. Okay, so 7 is this. Okay, and then D3.
Okay, wait. Listen, again. Because there's no D3.
Yep. And I'm going to move you, Kern, for 1 second. Or I move the torch. Dang it. Oh, I've got to go change now to the other one. Lovely. Alright. 2. Okay, so that is 2 squares. Alright, no problem. I will fix it. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and push it 1 further. Alright. So this is what you see. Okay. Okay, so if you see the torch light there, you can see the black area within the torch. That's wall, right?
Okay.
And so it lands there. And with your perception check, you can actually see. You can't really target. You can kind of almost target, but this is indeed the square that the noise came from. The final point of the arrow, right? That is the square.
Okay.
You might even see a foot movement, a toe move out of the light when you throw that torch up there.
So I did my minor. I did my standard.
Yep.
Is it possible to push Stefan over here? My move. Is
Okay. So
it okay?
if you grab somebody that actually takes a standard,
Standard.
yeah.
Okay.
So in general, no. But
Okay.
yeah.
No problem. I crawl since I'm
Yep. Prone.
uh, prone and take my fleeting ghost action to hide there.
Yep. Okay. So
What is this? Stealth, right?
yeah, you roll your stealth and put that in the green
Okay.
circle,
All right.
and then you're done. Unless you.
And yeah, my free action is tell Stefan to move against the wall, the other wall where I am.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All
And
right.
I'm done.
So. All right. So as might well be guessed, the
So now I'm standing in darkness.
you. Oh, actually, yes. Okay. So what happened was when he threw that torch, this happened. So we can track it. Something along these lines happened. Basically, yeah. Everybody not in Kern's light is now in darkness. So I'm just gonna halfway indicate that because I want you to be able to get to your tokens, right? So that's the way I'll indicate that. You follow me? Hello, you there?
Yeah, can you gray out the area, the dark area?
Yeah, but then you won't be able to get to your token, right? Can
Yeah,
you?
true.
I can't remember if you can or not. Can you get to your token when I do this?
No, we can't.
Okay.
It's
No.
better this
What
way.
you need to
We know
what you
that
need
we're
to
in
do
darkness.
is learn how to use the sight stuff and use the block out and use how to block stuff.
It doesn't
That's
work.
what you need to do.
I'm not a paying customer, so they won't let me have it.
But yeah, you're a weakling.
That's right. That is exactly correct. I am a financial weakling. All right, so that is able for you to get at your thing. Okay, so there is a goblin there, and he moved, and then you hid. So during that process, he probably kind of lost sight of you. So we will say that he has to kind of think about that and look for you. So he is going to roll his pathetic goblin attempt to see you, and he does not see you. However, he does see Stefan. So he shoots at Stefan. Okay. Wha-dunk. So Stefan, you get hit with a little the same darty, poisonous thing that you've been getting hit with.
Did they shoot us when we came out?
That question is too confusing for me. He just shot you just now.
Did he shoot me when I first came around the corner?
No, he just shot you right now.
My point is, have I moved since he shot me the first time?
No, you haven't.
Then I still have partial concealment and he misses.
Ah, okay. So you're saying he missed? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He sees you. He gets to shoot at you, but you have partial concealment and he misses. All right, that is correct. If a 17 would miss you, you are missed. Okay. Good enough.
19 AC.
Good enough. Okay. So that guy's not going to do anything. Donier, it's your turn.
I would like Donier will wait until Kern moves the light so we can see.
Okay.
So I am delaying my turn until after Kern's.
Okay. Kern, it's your turn. What do you do?
Kern grumbles something in Hainish. It's not complimentary.
Yeah, Cerise says, I'm not repeating that in Hainish.
Nala says something, and Kern nods emphatically, and then he starts around the corner a little.
Okay, so just so you'll know, everybody should know, I think, that all of these corpse-littered squares are difficult terrain.
Yep. So
Okay.
that's one movement action to go to there, taking the torch with me. I'm going to have so as part of that move action, Julian can also move. We'll move to there. I will spend a minor action to hold the torch out for Nala when she breezes past me,
Okay.
and make it easy for her to grab. And standard action.
Get some more light.
Yeah, I don't know what I've got in terms of light. So, oh, okay, there we go. I guess I'll try moving. Well, I don't want to slow Nala down to move through the dark. So I know she'll be able to move ahead of me there. So I won't move any further. I will go total defense with my standard action, and that is the end of my round.
Okay, good call. All right, now we're to you, Donier.
Donnie, we'll move into the lights.
Okay.
There we are. So
Make path for Nala. Not that you can understand me. So I guess I
right.
grumble, Nala.
Yeah. He looks at you and he says something in German. Nicht Deutsch schnell! You get the idea. Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I should really stick with this, don't I? I can fake French, but, German's beyond me.
I'm gonna
Open up a translator window and translate human speech into English, English into German, and then say it that way.
I'm going to then can I make a passive perception?
There's no such thing as a passive perception.
Sorry,
check.
not passive perception. I mean a perception check.
Yes, you
That's
can
what I
make a.
mean.
You can take a minor to make a
Sorry
perception.
about that.
So go ahead. No, it's all right. You're learning still. You're newer than anyone. All good. Okay, so yeah, you look around. I'll go ahead and spare you the trouble. You don't see anything unusual, but let's see. Okay. All right. Yep, you don't see anything unusual or different. All right. Cerise is very carefully pushing Nitrix along in front of her, and she moves to about there with the rat man, and she kind of intentionally doesn't come right into the light, but is kind of waiting just beyond it. Actually, she will keep Nitrix to the. You can tell he's in this square to the south right here. Right, there we go. All right, Nala. Yes, I know it is. It's painful.
I don't think she can click her. She might be able to click herself. Let me see.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. Let me reveal a corner of your token. There we go. Yep. Move to there, grabs the torch as a minor. Helping you out with vocalization there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very nice. Okay. All right, so she moves on out, and she now has the torch, meaning, yes, it moves with her. And we reveal the new part of the area there, and it's like that. And basically, this whole area goes.
Has it been obvious where, which side the arrows are coming from?
Yes, they seem to be coming more or less from straight ahead.
The left or to the right, but from straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So that's you, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
All right, Abriel.
Um, okay, we see. We have a front line there. I'm gonna try to move.
All right. So
Uh,
technically, you're in the darkness. Now you can see because you're silhouetted against the light, but it's going to be like a -2 speed movement. And then you also have the difficult terrain to deal with. So it slows you down to be in darkness, basically, is what it amounts to. So you've got 4 squares worth of move in a move action, and you still have to count the goblins as difficult terrain. So go ahead and do your move if you can, or if you want me to do it, or I'll make it light so you can do it.
okay, I'm gonna make a few steps um, through the.
Oh,
Forget the name of that hall. There.
all right. So you clamber through the dead dead goblins in the dark, kind of kicking and tripping over them there all in the way. All right. That was move action. What else?
Just a perception.
Okay. All right. You've got a whole standard left. Ooh. Okay. So you know. You think you know that there is a goblin up there, you can take a shot at him. You'll have blind minuses, but you can take a shot.
A shot to what?
The goblin, you think that up here, you see, like maybe his foot disappear behind the edge or whatever, but I'll show you with the ruler. You think there's a goblin in that square, right?
Okay, let's try.
So you're shooting with blind minuses, but I mean, who cares? You might hit. The only danger is that you'll roll a 1 and, hurt somebody in your party.
Minus how much? 5?
It's
2?
-5. Yep. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Okay. So that shot goes crazy, but yeah, it doesn't hit. But at least it was a attempt, and it didn't fumble. So all to the good. What did you roll there? A 2? No, you rolled a 4. Wait a minute.
Done.
Something's wrong with that. Let's see. You rolled a 4. Plus 18 minus 10 divided by 2 should be 4 more, plus level of 1. You put something weird in there with the plus minus 5. So you would have rolled 4, 8, 9,
No,
10,
she
11.
included the -5 to hit.
Oh, yes, I got you. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So it's 11 minus 5. Yeah, that's right. Okay, good. All right, so I was just trying to figure out if it was right. All right, good. All right. So you shot, and then Stefan. We are back around to you, sir.
All right, I've used a miner already. As another miner, I open my Pomard that's on my strapped to my chest, and then does it take a miner to open and retrieve a potion in it?
Oh, I figured out the word. It's not Pomard, it's Pomander.
Okay.
Okay, so, and what now?
Does it take a miner action to open it and then another miner action to remove a potion?
Yes, technically it does, yes. And then you've only got it in your hand, and it takes another miner to drink it.
This is an application.
Containers
it's
are
not
tough.
drinking.
Yeah, I understand. Yep, okay.
Yep, I knew I should have just dropped it. All right, then I draw the green vial,
Yep.
and I'll use my action point to apply it to the wound to counteract the poison.
Okay. And what potion is this? Oh, this is your.
It's
Yes.
one of the green vials from the goblins,
That's right. Okay. All right.
first
So,
goblin.
all right. So that grants you an immediate saving throw at +2. What is your normal plus at right now? Do you know?
You don't get pluses on saving throw.
Well, when I say what is your normal plus, what I'm really asking is what is your cumulative minus so far for all the poisons that have hit you? How many times have you been hit?
Once.
Okay, so you don't have any minus. Okay, so you get a save at +2. Okay, and you make it, and so the poison effect ends. All right. All right. Good enough. And just for your edification, you are +2 on that type of poison for the next 2 rounds as well. All right. That is you. And now this guy. This guy does his thing, and he gets to just roll. Okay. All right. You hear there's an electrical sounding noise, like a zap or something like that, and the spirit seems to wail in response to that. Okay. Round 2. Wrangle.
Okay. Where before the zap happening, was there any mumble or something that could?
Yeah, you think that the
take
spirit,
aware?
the spirit noise and or the noise of the zap that you heard is in this direction.
Okay. Well, happy to see Nala at my side. I will tell her the general direction.
Oh,
I will say there, goblins.
one
There's
sec.
Zap.
1 second. I messed up.
Yeah.
I messed up.
What's that?
That is
Campfire?
a very small, not very well lit campfire. It's burned down to basically embers, but you can still see the area around it lit up a little bit. You also see then a waterfall behind it where water is coming down. Those 2 W's, those 2 blue W's are waterfall. And so all of this blue area behind is water, and you can see the light of the campfire glittering off of the water there. You also see something bizarre. There's like a slight green glow over there somewhere. Hang on 1 second. Something like this, right? Something like that.
All right.
Okay.
I will tell you what I like to do, and you tell me if it is possible.
Okay.
We'll stand up,
Okay.
walk over here. Wait a second. Walk over here and kick that torch in the direction I heard the sounds earlier, the noise earlier.
Yep.
My guess is that direction. Okay.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Yes.
I have the-
Standing from prone
Yeah.
into a movement is a DC 16 acrobatics check. So you can just like
Okay.
flip up and keep walking, and you get your move. If you don't make it, you just have to stand from prone.
What about standing up and charge the torch?
Well, do things in order. Roll the roll and see if you made it and how far you got. You know, you're standing up right now, right?
Yeah.
And you're also moving if you can. So your call is good.
there.
So Roll your acrobatics check to see if you got it.
Oh, wait. Acrobatic.
It's a 16 DC.
Yeah. Let me see this. AC, right?
Yes, uh-huh. Okay, so you got it. So you do a flip and the being prone doesn't affect you at all. And you just move on forward. So you move over to there. So you're, is that all you want to do? You're 1, 2, 3,
No,
4,
no.
5.
I want to toss this.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
It went too far.
No, that's
This
fine.
torch
Okay.
into the general direction where I heard the noise
All good.
earlier.
Okay, so you did your acrobatics roll. You moved over to the torch. It's a minor action to pick up the torch. You need to remove the prone indicator from your token.
Sorry.
Then you do another ranged basic attack where you're trying to throw the torch. I'm assuming you want to throw it right there where you've got it landing right now, which is, you know, pretty good for what you're trying to do, I think. Okay, absolute direct hit. You know, you throw the torch over there and this is revealed. Okay. All right.
And with my minor action, I use the helm to confer partial concealment.
Okay. Yeah, you can certainly do that because you're in darkness. 1 second.
Oh,
So,
there you are.
Yep. Yep. So, oh, sorry, I
And I
covered.
laugh maniacally.
Maniacally laugh. All right. So yeah, you revealed him. Okay. So now glittering off the far wall in the back, you can tell that there's a wall back here, right about here, and you can tell that there's something. There's a couple of figures, both larger than man-sized from your perspective, that are literally like they're standing up against the wall almost too straight and tall to be believed. It seems like they're being sort of held there or something.
Sorry?
Held there. They're being held in place somehow.
Okay.
And you see a glittering that looks like water or something dripping down the side of the wall.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay. So anyway, that was your turn. It is this guy. He's revealed in the light. Of course, he looks immediately surprised and unhappy with that. So he bolts into the darkness. And you hear him scamper, you would guess probably 30 or 40 feet away down the tunnel in that direction, right? So
Okay.
so he moved like somewhere like that, you know, he scampered
Okay.
down the tunnel. All right. This is a
It was clear that I told Nala different things, right, Nala? I told you archers here, zapping here.
yeah,
in this
okay.
direction.
Well, I mean, you know,
That's it.
it may or may not be clear. Who knows? Okay. So one thing, when you went into darkness, you really didn't say. You just moved, and you really didn't.
Ah,
You really didn't say the key word of, and I try to hide. So
okay, no, I didn't hide because I didn't have the action to hide.
okay.
I used my dark cap.
Yes, you're right. You're right. You're exactly right.
I
You
just
can't hide.
got concealment, right?
Yeah, you've got concealment.
and-
Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so a crossbow bolt comes at you out of the darkness.
Okay.
Okay, and even with concealment, of course, that one will hit you, and I think it's also critical. So, you take, oh, look at that. You got so lucky.
Lucky guy.
You got so lucky.
Something's wrong with that.
Oh,
What's wrong with it?
If that's a 20, it should be in green. on a D20.
I am not sure what your complaint is, but hang on a second. I will try and see again. Okay, that is a... Oh, something is weird with that. D20 plus 10, it rolled a 20. Well, I don't know. It is
Which one-
that.
Did you roll 1D20 or did you roll 20?
Oh, you're right. Well, maybe that's it. Let's see. Oh, I'm not on the right screen, of course, because I have to have two screens now. You're right. I just rolled 20. Okay, this is re-rolling to see if we hit wrangle. A 22 minus 2, so it is a hit, but it's not critical, meaning that other one is reduced, so you only take 6 points and not 7.
You're robotic a bit, just letting you know.
You're saying my voice is robotic?
Your voice is,
Yep.
is broken.
Okay, I will go and adjust the little... Did that help? No, that didn't help. Okay, trying again. Did that help? Okay. This headset isn't going to work. I can tell right now. It's broken. Hello, test, test, test. Still testing. Tell me yes when it gets better. Hello? 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 And it's like warbling or something, like the robot warble.
It's
Okay.
kind of like you're speaking through a fan.
Yeah, okay. I can't extend
I don't know
this.
any other way to describe it. Sorry.
Yep. All right. Well, I've done everything I can. My only other choice is to switch microphones. Okay, and then everyone will get the reverb that they're normally probably used to. So, which is preferred is the only thing I can ask you. Yes, exactly. All right, so seriously, which is better, this or the reverb effect that we normally have? This is worse. Okay, all right, 1 second. All right, do you even hear me at this point?
Yes.
Okay, now I have to turn my speakers down again, especially for Donier. All right. All right, so we're going to have reverb, but it's unavoidable. All right, so at least we're better off. Okay, where were we? Wrangle got shot, and did I put it right on the battle tracker? Yes, I did. Okay, so, all right, that was him. Kern, we are to you, sir.
It's not better off.
What do you mean it's not
You
better?
are still a robot.
Well, I'm getting it from Imperial now.
Now
You're all
you're
robots.
now you're all robots. Yeah. Okay. So hang on.
No, it's not you, it's us. Why don't we try to reestablish our chat room?
Yeah. Everybody disconnect and reconnect to the voice chat application.
Testing.
You're still kind of robotic to me.
Yeah, so are you.
Same. You guys are both robots to me.
And
You sound perfect.
and you sound okay, Jonathan. Yep.
That's weird.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna exit Axion altogether.
Everybody is robotic. Okay.
Do you guys have PC?
We would need a TeamSpeak server, even if everybody has client. Are you saying you have a TeamSpeak server?
If you all have TeamSpeak, I can manage a server, a free server.
Well,
Because this isn't working here. So everybody is robot.
Testing.
And see, this may also be a thing that Dolby is trying to kind of like lower their service coefficient so that they can slowly push people out. But
we can use the Roll20 chats option. I think
okay,
it
so
works very well.
who does not have TeamSpeak? The client. That's what we need to know.
I have TeamSpeak, and I can also easily get a server.
Okay. Well, if you guys, I mean, unless we're going to press on with this trouble, then we have to make a decision. So we can try to use Roll20. Let's see if that works. So I'm going to mute myself in Dolby, and then I'm going to try and speak through Roll20. One second.
All right, I'm back.
Oh boy. All right, so I'm rebooting Roll20 with the new options. I think you will all have to do the same thing if you're going to use sound.
You take the sound in Roll20.
I'm sorry, what?
Or do you take the sound in Roll20?
Oh God, can't hear what you're saying. Sorry. Lovely. People with poorly written tools just make my life wonderful. Alright, let's see. So now I have to come back in as the game master and then go back in as the player. What a thrill. Already did this once. Now I gotta do it again because apparently it didn't understand itself. Testing. Hello. Testing. Hello. Can anyone hear me?
Testing. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello?
All right. So I hear you.
That's exactly what I want.
I hear Romina and Ray. Do
Let's
not
see.
hear anyone else so far. It looks like Jonathan's got his mic working. Say something, Jonathan.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Oddly, now you were very quiet.
Yep.
You went from being the loudest to the least loud. Okay. And do we have Felix and Lonnie? Are you two, Tim and Lonnie, are you two still working off of one? Or I haven't heard either one of you yet.
Can anyone hear me
Yes, we hear you.
still?
Yep.
All right.
You know what? That's a new one. That's like my dog ate my homework. I don't even know what to think on that. My mic ran out of power? What? Your mic plugs into your computer, doesn't it? Or doesn't it? I've never heard of that. Sure. Yes, and this is what my face looks like. My camera's on now. It's like, what a
And
buzz.
suddenly it went quiet.
And I have my evil reading glasses on, so please do not judge me by my evil reading glasses. All right, so I need to know if we're ever going to hear Felix, if he can speak to a microphone or not, and then I guess that Tim and Lonnie is a no. Okay, then the question is, can you hear us? Do I have to type for you to hear me? There is sound. Yes, I am talking. Does anyone hear me? Okay. Stefan, Ray, do you hear me? Do you hear me, Ray? Testing. Testing.
I hear typing.
Testing. Testing.
All right, I hear you now.
Do you hear me?
I actually think I should be able to hear and speak to Abril, but not the other three.
Do you hear me, Ray?
Kern's mic is off, so I can't hear him.
I can hear you.
This is why these connections are such a joke. 20 years ago, sound worked on PCs with Ventrilo, and it was flawless. And now we have this garbage to work with. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Testing. 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 Ridiculous. Testing again. Testing. Hello.
I hear you. I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I wonder why my little when I speak, I should see the green corner of the avatar, but I don't. So I can't tell that it.
Hello,
I hear
I
you.
can hear you.
I hear you. Okay, so for some reason it's started working again, and probably will fail within moments. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, so the little camera app comes up and I have to dismiss it, and I'm wondering if that is anything. Okay. All right, so now four of us are 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, four of us are on. Let's see, who are we missing? 1, 2, 3. Oh, we're missing Felix. So we need Felix back in both Roll20 and speaking, and then we're going to have to deal with Tim and Lonnie not being able to speak. Tim and Lonnie, can you hear me now? Because the others can hear me. Okay, good. All right, so we're getting back to almost being able to continue. We just need Felix. His PC froze. Okay, all right. So while he's getting that together, where were we? I think we were on Kern. So let's. I'm going to see if I can't find the way back to the setup, which it should. Roll20 should remember where we were and put me right back at that point on the screen. And of course, it doesn't do that. That would be too smart. All right. So, it's Tim, it's your turn with Kern. Madness. All right, just, scooching through, move action. All right, so technically speaking, when you move through Donier, like you just did, that halves your movement to 3, and then you're also on difficult terrain, which makes it very difficult to move. So you actually move diagonally, and you can accomplish the same thing. So that's fine. All right. Oh, well, yeah, okay. Donier was standing just to the north of you. So, you didn't have a torch either, so, yeah. This is the kind of the point I was trying to make, is that when you lose your torch temporarily, only for 5 feet, you're right. So, but anyway. Yeah, I mean, it still kind of counts off like even 1, and that would move you back 1, but that's okay. For right now, you're there. Move, right? Is that correct? All right, so, yeah, I mean, you don't, you would be, yeah, it's 1, 2, 3. No, you can get all the way to there on the second move. Yeah, of course. All right, so you look around, and, all right, so, yeah, you see up here, you see some glowy stuff, and this gray line up here inside the firelight is electrical. It's a zappy electrical thing. You also see some I'm sorry, it's not electrical. It's whooshing torrents of air. You can kind of see that there's dust and stuff like that whipped into it. You also see this part, and it's like little fragments of ice and flowing water on the blue line. And it's pretty clear that something is going on there. It's also clear that there is a rushing black miasma around this black line. See this black line here, right? This and this. So that's some sort of magical effect in a circle. And you can see light coming off of that. And the noises that you hear of the spirit are in a viswardly direction. So you think that the spirit, or whatever it is that's making that noise, is something that's in the middle of all that effect. Exactly. You're almost certain that there's some kind of spell there. And if you'll notice, they're actually little, they're candles, they're spikes stuck into the ground with ornate looking little holders on them. And in those holders are candles. And the water and ice are flowing back and forth with one candle, and the air and dust particles are flowing back and forth with another candle. Do you see that on the map? Okay, right here, this is a little a spike holding, damn it, roll 20. That is a spike holding one candle that goes to the water part, and then here is another spike holding a candle that goes to the air and dust part, right? The blackness is whipping between those two candles in a roughly circular arc. And you're guessing that the circle is approximately 20 feet in diameter if you're basing that on the curvature of the circle. Good. All right, so that was a move, and a minor to look around. So you are technically done unless you're going to tell me that you're not. And it's done here.
I would like to take out one of the 6 torches that I picked up earlier.
Okay.
Put some oil on it from the mini keg of oil and light it.
Okay, so it's a minor action to draw that torch out. Are you also carrying the keg of oil?
I have everything, yes.
Okay. All right, so my question to you is, what is in your hands right now? You follow me?
I'm willing to... I'm against a wall, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm willing to lean the sword against the wall.
Okay.
Because
So,
I'm not moving right now.
right. Okay, so as a minor action, actually, as a free action, you can just drop your weapon. It takes a minor action to lean it against the wall.
Sure, I'll just drop it.
Okay. All right, 1 second. All right, so now, a free action, you drop your sword. Okay. Now, what's in your other hand?
That's it. My sword is a 2-handed weapon.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go then. All right, so you drop a sword. Clank. All right. There it is. Now, that's a free action. So a minor action, you pull out your what was it? Torch.
It's a torch.
Then another minor action, you pick up the little cask of oil, and I'll say you're able to, in that same action, you use your teeth to pop the cork of it. So you've got the mini keg of oil wrapped in one arm, and you've got a torch in the other. And for your last minor action, you anoint the torch with oil. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So when the round ends, you're holding the little mini keg in one of your arms, and you're holding an oiled torch in the other. Okay?
Is there a way that after I have oiled it, I can lean it towards towards Stefan?
I mean, you can see Stefan. He's standing right there in the light, and he's what do you call it? To you, he's silhouetted, so you've got a very clear view of him. So
Right.
you're
And I'm
leaning
like,
an unburning torch stock towards Stefan.
right, for him to take if he wants it, to light
Okay,
it so we can have
okay,
another
I
torch.
see what you're saying now. No, that takes yet another minor action, and then him to respond with a minor. He can snatch it out of your hand. So you've just got it in your hand right now, and he might snatch it out of your hand. Who knows?
Okay.
Yeah,
Can
all
I
right.
at least make it in such a way that that on my next turn that it's obvious that I plan on giving it to him once I'm able to?
Well, okay. And I love it that we're going through this because to me this is very important. And the idea behind it is eventually the goal is all of you guys will be able to understand what you can and cannot do because you'll know the rules. That's the goal. Okay? So the thing is you draw a torch that was, nominally put in your belt. That takes a minor action. You pull out this keg that was tied to you somehow. I guess you had it tied to your backpack. All right, so I'm being nice there even because probably you would have had to put that inside your backpack, which would have cost you more actions, okay? And then you're pouring the oil over the torch, okay? That's the end of your round. There
All right.
is no question about anything past that, if you follow me. If you press for something past that, you're trying to get too much out of it. You follow me?
I do. All right.
Yeah. Okay. So that whole question would be moot. You just finished pouring oil on the torch and you're done. See what I'm saying?
All right.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that being my turn.
Yeah. Okay. So Cerise, you hear her back there, kind of clumsily moving over the dead goblins, and she's talking to the rat man and Ithani. She's saying, "Hey, be careful." And you hear Nitrix say, "Nitrix tried to be careful. Goblins everywhere." All right, Nala. Um, if you guys could just type something in. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. So I know that you've heard me. Okay, there we go. All right, good enough. Nala moves over to there. She's certainly backlit in that area. Has no problem moving into it. Okay, changed. All right, good. All right. That was one move. Okay, so the rule is when you get to darkness, when you're moving with the torch, your remaining movement is halved. So you move like what was that? 1, 2, 3, and then you basically get another square off into the darkness. So you can go 1 square to the north, all right, if you want to. Okay, all right. So you discover as you try to move that way that you are moving into the wall, and you end up right there. And I will show you what you see. Okay, so you can see there you're literally leaning against the edge of a corner when you finish your move. Pretty much an ideal, place to end up at anyway. So, so that was a move. And I'm guessing that you are done, and you can put something in there if you're not. And okay, so you look around. All right, so you see, you definitely see that there's see that candle right there, right? There's another candle there. And you see larger clumps of dirt and stone whipping back and forth between that candle and the outer circle. Okay, so it looks like this little candlestick is part of it. So you found the other side of something. And over here, you can see, because of its own slight light, you see yet another one, and it has a string of fire associated with it, right? So you can see that there's a little bit of glow with that. It's only its own square of glow. Now, according to the rules of 4th edition, you can kind of see, because there's two hex sides or two square sides there. So you see the edge of a flowing feminine form. The voice of the spirit is coming from this form up in this suspended in the air, approximately 5 feet above the ground, with its feet floating. These rings of magic that are going to it are keeping it suspended there, and there is a radiant balm of light in a circle, clearly facing outward, as this death magic is also trying to face inward, right? So you see this death magic circle, right? All trying to come inward at it. And this radiant circle, smaller inside, around the spirit, that Nala thinks is maybe sort of protecting the spirit a little bit somehow. And you also see that there is an essence of this spirit that seems to be being lost, falling, and trailing off over there into the water. All right. So that was Nala Abril. We are to you.
There isn't any chance I could light Donier's torch, right?
Oh, there's every chance of that. I mean, frankly speaking, as a minor action, you can just light it as you pass. It will be a minor simultaneous with a move. I mean, you make fire as an at-will, so to me that's not a huge deal.
Okay, I'm gonna stay there, touch the torch, light it,
Okay.
and I don't know, throw a perception. I'm not sure we are alone behind us.
Okay. All right. So there is a problem with yes. So she can't grab her token. Is that the reason why? I don't understand why. I see that it's there, but who said that? Okay. Oh, it was. Oh, I know what happened. She threw her token. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. So yeah, there we go. All right. So now, I don't know, Romina, if you were worried about something being behind you, but you hear Cerise behind you and Nitrix, but they're kind of right next to you. You can hear them right next to you, so you don't necessarily hear or perceive anything else. So what do you want to do?
Light the torch, Donier's
Yeah.
torch.
Yeah. Okay. So you light Donier's torch. All right. That's fine. So there you go.
Okay, now I see something. I'm gonna move there.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4,
And
5. You
finish.
can. Yep. Okay. You can step one further just to let you know into the darkness, and you would be in darkness, but you don't have to.
It's the same. The creatures see in the dark, so I rather see where I'm standing.
Okay. Acceptable. All right. Just letting you know. All right. So Stefan. And if you're talking, Ray, I don't hear you.
I was talking.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, I'm going to move. As I move, I put the pushing ball away. And then I'm going to continue. Well, I take it, I pause there, take a minor and proceed just to see what I see.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, you certainly see everything there. You probably, for the first time for yourself, notice the two figures on the far wall that you would guess are, you know, somehow attached to the far wall, and there's something liquid next to them, and, you know, insight being what it is, you probably figure out that it's, you know, blood splatter. But other than that, there's not really, I mean, you hear a spell being cast somewhere to the northwest, and it sounds like it's the voice of one of these goblin creatures.
Is how far to the northwest?
They're all, you think roughly 30 to 40 feet, maybe? Coming around the corner where Nala is.
All right. Are the two statue-like things magical?
That is an excellent question.
Actually, what do I see? On additional, what I see?
1 second. You see that there is some sort of death magic that lingers around both of those figures, but if you had to guess, you would guess that it's something that was done to them rather than something that's still there recently.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going
If you could lean closer to the mic when you talk, I can barely hear you.
What can I see across to the left of Nala? Do I see any of that?
Oh, this is a wall, a cave wall, right here. Right.
No, just to the left of Nala. Is that a cave wall there?
That's also a cave wall. Yes.
Okay, so I don't know anything on the other side. All right.
Yeah, there's a little 10-foot wide opening there that she's looking through right now. Being a good barbarian and being in the front rank, taking the lumps or being ready to. All right. So are you?
I moved there.
Yep.
I am not looking around the corner. I'm taking cover for the corner, and I shouted Nala, "Look out!" And I'm done.
Okay. All right. So. As you move up, you and Nala both see quite clearly this guy cast some sort of a spell, okay? And bits of the spell arc into the spirit. Okay? And then also there is a area where it lands the whatever else he did, and that is right here. Okay, so within that area there is actually a oh, please roll 20. You are killing me. Ugh. One second. Jesus. Oh, my goodness. I just cannot choose it. Whatever. Okay. There's a circle of lightning within that area. It should not be pink. It should be blue. But anyway, and that that part appears to be like pretty much impassable. So it looks like you're going to take electrical damage if you go in anywhere in that square, and that, for what you can tell, that you cannot pass that central circle. All right, so Wrangle.
Okay. Since I don't know what's happening,
If you're talking, I cannot hear anything you're saying.
are you hearing me?
Yes, now I hear you.
Okay. Since I don't know what's happening ahead, I will take a step one to take my perception check, or better, is this guy in light or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, when that thing goes off, yeah, this area is lit by dim light. So yeah.
Okay. Dim light. That's -2.
Yeah, it's just -2. Yep.
All right. Can I take my step behind Nala silently and take a shot at this guy with a sneak attack?
Okay, so the way you do it is
I try
important.
to be stealthy.
Yes, the way you have to say, I step and I sneak as I step, and then you get to roll a stealth roll. Okay. Now, since you stepped just then into plain view, okay,
Mm-hmm.
but you have partial concealment behind Nala, he gets a reactionary perception check. This is the same thing I give you guys. Okay, and this is his reactionary perception check. Okay, so now you need to roll your stealth roll, and if you beat that, of course, you've got combat advantage. Okay,
Oh.
so clearly you have combat advantage. You're attacking from surprise.
I attack him from surprise, and does Nala give him cover?
Nala is giving him cover, but it wouldn't matter. All -2 is just -2, so he's
Okay.
-2, -2, -2. You know, -2.
Let me check what this kind of power is. And do you know what positioning strike is? If it is melee or
Okay, 1 second.
really?
Let me pull it up. 1 second. I'll pull it up. It's going to take a second for me to
let me
open it because my
the
computer's so
player handbook.
slow. 1 second.
I have my player handbook here. Just a second. Opening. I have both hard copy and soft copy, so still I prefer a soft copy.
All right. So Ancestors Legacy. Yes, Ancestors Legacy. 1 second. There's Wrangle.
Positioning strike is light blade only, melee.
Melee only.
Okay, melee only, and I really used my. I think I used my daily, so I just want to hit him with a piercing strike.
Okay. Piercing Strike is melee only.
Melee only also.
Oh damn it! What do I have?
Sly flourish.
There it is.
Sly Flourish is the one you're looking for.
Ranged. There it is. That's -2, right?
Yes.
All right. There it goes.
All right.
26.
Well, you hit him.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
+2 for having combat advantage.
Okay. So yeah, you're +2 for combat advantage, so that should be 0. So you hit with a 28, which is close to being critical, but not quite. But you still do 26 points of damage to him.
Whoa.
Okay,
Oh, take that.
so he takes quite a chunk of damage. Okay,
And that's it.
and he does not look bloodied, but he is definitely pissed off that you did that. All right, and you did. Yes, okay, that's right. All right, so we got all that. That was Wrangle the archer. Okay, so the archer looks at the situation, and he is going to shoot, obviously, at Nala. Okay, so he is -2 on that. He hits a 19. Okay, so I think he hits you. And he does only this damage. 4 points to Nala, who is hit. And then you have the, of course, situation where you are now, whatchamacallit, immobilized. All right. The other archer. The other archer gets his perception. He does not see Wrangle standing there. The arrow came from directly behind the robed guy, so it went like that. And you discovered that the electrical thing does not interfere with the attack any more than partial cover, her standing next to the wall, would have done the same thing. All right, so the next one shoots also at Nala, and he is also -2 for partial cover, so we'll just put that into the roll. Of course, a huge number. Also hits, and is that a critical? It's Nala's AC. We all need to get comfortable. Once we get, if ever we do get in the flow of this, we will actually know the numbers and be able to figure out very quickly if it's a crit. I think she is listed right now by me as having a 15 armor class. So 15 plus 8, 23, that is a crit. So it does an additional d6 and 1 additional point of damage. Did I roll the damage? Yes, I did. 4. So it did 5 points of damage to her. And that means she is now restrained instead of just immobilized. And -1 on the save. Okay. So that is indicated by the other thing. What was the other thing? This. All right. Okay. That was the other archer. Now, that shot came from up here. You see? Does everybody see that? So she got hit from somebody that is barely able to lean out and shoot her. You know? All right. Did I skip Kern? I think I skipped Kern. Kern, it's your turn. Yeah, Nala's kind of like, she's a giant sponge. She's like, things are hurting me. All right, I do want to say we're getting in the flow of things now, so I want everybody to be thinking about what their next turn's action is right now. Go ahead and be figuring out what you're going to do, and we'll see if we can't move through this a little faster. Okay. Okay, so, yep. Just tell me kind of where you're going. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, okay, so yeah, you're slowed because you're in darkness, but because you're silhouetted behind light, you can still move half speed, so you get another square. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you moved yourself somehow, or someone moved you. All right, I'll move you to where you are, or were, at the start of your turn. That's where you are. Now, I kind of need to know, where you intend on going. If you can give me just kind of a, 2 up and 1 over or something like that. Okay, better line of sight on the candles. All right, so are you doing a move or only one move? If you're doing one move, you end up, let's see, 2 or 3. You end up there, and Julian ends up there. Okay, so here is where you are, basically. You can kind of see that. All right, that's one move action. Okay. All right, so I sent you a private message. Maybe you understand that. I know it's kind of crazy, but all right. So you are attacking something with the spirit. Okay, now you got to let me know, is that a range 5 from you? Okay, so you're blasting that. Okay, so all right, so you definitely hit it, and you obliterate the little stick that's holding the candle up there, and when it stops, you shatter that. The candle falls to the floor and rolls a little bit, and this wavery line is now kind of insane. It's like all over the place. It's it goes over here some, it goes over here some, it goes here some, it goes over there some. It's like you're crossing the streams. How dare you? Yeah, and it looks like it might be dangerous to go into that area. It's ice and water and bizarre. Okay. All right. Anyway, so that was a move and a standard, and you did your minor, so you're done. It is Donier. I didn't skip anybody, did I? No.
No. Can I know I can put the barrel away as a minor action, right?
Yes, you can do that as a minor action.
Can I pick up my sword as another minor action?
Yes. In fact,
I know in order to be able to use it, I have to drop the torch.
Right.
But if I just have it in my other hand, is that okay?
Okay, if you roll an acrobatics DC 12, I will let you do that in, those things in a minor action. But if you fail, something weird might happen.
Did you say acrobatics? Or...
Yes. Yes. Now, this is a minor action. What you're attempting to do here is put away the oil, reach down, pick up the sword, and then have the sword in one. You're holding the sword in one hand and the torch in the other. That's what you're trying to do.
Yes.
Okay. So acrobatics, you need a DC of 12 to do that.
Can't I just do it like standard action to turn into a minor action to put the keg away, minor action to pick up the sword?
Yes, you can. And that's safer.
Yes, I'm doing it the safe way.
Okay, I think that's probably a good decision. Okay, so you minor. Okay, now you've got a sword, your two-handed sword in one hand and the torch in the other. What do you do?
Cool. I am going to start walking now.
Okay.
How much movement does it cost to get over the bodies?
Okay. Difficult terrain just means each square counts 2. So you're wearing, what armor are you wearing?
I'm wearing chainmail.
Okay, so basically, you're gonna always in chainmail carrying a torch. You're always going to be able to move 1 square into the darkness in front of you. So the only question is, which square in front of Abriel, the left one or the right one, are you going to if you want to go that far? Okay.
Right there.
All right. So just let's see. Okay. And move yourself over there. There you go. Okay. Now, there you go. All right. So, oops. There we go. All right.
My
So,
stuff is everything I have is melee and helping other people melee. That's all. This is all I got.
all right. Cerise moves up to there, and it is Nala's turn. Sorry, that was my phone. Yeah. Yes, the it's over with is like kind of like a goose honking. Nala pulls out a teddy bear. Yes, and then she stabs it with a needle. She has become a shaman. Okay, a dagger, growling madly. Okay, I'm guessing that's an actual call. I'm not sure, but I'm taking you at your word. You pull out a dagger. Okay, minor action, then what? Trying to find the button. Okay, yep. Okay, so she tosses a dagger at the guy and misses him. You know, probably suspected as much. Okay, and now you get to make your saving throw, of course, against the poison, and you're at -1 on the save. So you need an 11 on the save to make it. Yeah, big barbarians. You need spears or javelins. All right, so you shake off the poison, of course, being who you are. And now you are just back to being immobilized as an after effect. It does not go all the way off when you're down level 2, but now you're just immobilized. Okay, so, and I know that's frustrating. Okay, so Abriel.
I still push F2 to talk. I'm gonna move there. Take a perception check to see what is happening in the front.
Okay, yeah, I mean you.
Nothing. There's nothing happening in the front. Everything is cool. And nothing, I guess. That's all.
You're done? Okay, all right. So, Stefan? Lonnie, I will show you where the arrows are coming from. This is the first one. It came from back there, right? And hit you sort of square from all the way through the electrical thing. All right, you got that one? And then the other one came from here. That's where the other one came from, straight north. All right. Stefan, you do that. I assume you're striking at the robed fellow. You definitely hit him. It is not critical, but I did not hear you say that you cursed him, so it's just normal with no curse damage. So you did 12 points of
Sorry, you didn't
damage.
hear me because I was muted.
I'm sorry, what?
I said you didn't hear me because I was muted, but I did the cursing, and then
Okay.
hit him.
Well,
You
all
didn't
right,
hear
so
that. Fine, I'll use the minor for something.
no,
I don't care.
I know. Okay, here's the thing. I believe you, okay? But if you don't see me put the curse on him, that's your cue that you might be muted. All right, so here's the curse. All right, so you did 16 points of damage to him. All right.
That's dark.
All right, and he is bloodied. You can tell he's not feeling good. All right.
Then I will move, and as I move, I draw another instrument.
What did Nala do? She cursed. She cursed something. Does Nala's cursing work? Oh yes, she's. Well, you know, if you're ever actually attempting to invoke your deity, you can do that. Anyone can do that. If you have a god that you worship, you can invoke your deity. That's called a god call. And you know, it's a simultaneous action with other actions. Otherwise, it's a minor action. So anyway, just letting you know that's a possibility. It's always been a possibility in the world. And I know it's one of those things that people may or may not even know about. But that's leftover from very old D&D, first edition D&D. Okay, so Stefan, you zapped him. He's now -2 to hit and -2 to movement. It is his turn. He does the exact same thing again. And a blast of his goes out and hits the spirit. And does this to her. Okay. And it is Wrangle's turn.
This is a wall, right? Sorry. There's a wall, right?
Yes, that is a cave wall. Yes, uh-huh. And
Okay.
there is that blue square there is lightning, so you may or may not want to go into it. It looks like it would cause you damage.
I will have another shot at this guy here, the rogue one. Give me a second. Okay, I will have a death strike. No,
Okay.
that isn't any good. A slight flourish.
Okay.
That's -2, right?
Yes, it's still -2. Yep.
Okay, that's nothing, and I
All
will
right.
move
Yeah, that will miss him.
There.
And then you're moving. Okay, so you moved there.
Can I get Nala's? She's holding a
Torch.
torch, right?
Yes.
Okay. it's a minor action to get the torch.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so Nala, are you going to be okay with spending a minor action on your turn to let him take the torch as he passes you?
Only if she's willing. No, you're not.
Okay. All right. So
Okay.
you reach out as you pass, and the very
Take the torch.
strong
No.
the
Okay.
very strong Nala hangs onto her torch, and Wrangle probably realizes that he's not likely to win that effort, so he stops trying and walks over to the wall. And anything else?
No. I end my turn.
Are
then.
you sure there's not anything else you want to say?
Well, I guess this guy can't see me, right?
Well, you don't know. Okay. In general,
I can see him.
Yeah. Okay. So you can kind of see him, so he can kind of see you, and you know that you need total cover in order to
Okay.
attempt to make a stealth roll. But
Then,
but
since I
but you do not know what foes out there that you have total cover against. So
but
yeah, go ahead.
I know that the arrows came from this direction, right?
That's right.
I mean, I should have total covered again.
Exactly. So you have to
Okay.
say, I attempt to be stealthy. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
just a sec. Let me check this power here. Fleeting goes.
yes.
Okay, I can move 2
Yes.
squares and stealth. Okay.
Yes. With that power you can move, period, and make a stealth roll. Non-thieves can't do that. Okay, so go ahead and make your stealth roll and put it in the green circle. Okay. So they're not the
Not very good, but
they're not good perceivers, so you have a good chance not to be noticed. So anyway,
Yeah.
make sure you put that 12 in your green circle. Right?
done.
Okay. All right. Excellent.
And I'm done.
All right. So the archer again up here, he's not even going to try to see you, I don't think. He's just going to take a shot at Nala. So he tries to shoot Nala, and he's -2 as well, so only +8 to hit. I know, it's terrible, isn't it? Okay, he shoots. He hits. And he moves you back up the chart, -1, restrained again. Okay, so that's +2. He does you 6 points of damage. The other archer there also sees Nala, also has a shot, and doesn't really see anybody else. He did see Wrangle move. On a 1, he's going to try and figure out if Wrangle's there. Okay, he's going to try and figure out if Wrangle's there. This is his attempt to figure out if Wrangle's there. He sees Wrangle. He's going to make a shot at Wrangle, clearly, instead of Nala. So now he's shooting at you. He's -2 because you've got cover. This is, yes, versus Wrangle. I'm going to give you -3 because you're more or less totally behind the wall. And he will miss you. Okay. So Nala was hit once, though, and she took 6. I don't think I put that on the battle tracker yet. 6, and then she's back to being irritated by the -1 save and the foot. Okay, restrained. All right. So that's that. So that was them. Kern, we are down to you, sir. Okay, so no, you can see now. I mean, you've got light there, unless you're trying to avoid the stuff. You know, you can you're only at -1 move being moving in the darkness because you've got you're silhouetted. I mean, you're not silhouetted. The land in between you and the fireplace is silhouetted, helping you see to move. So I just need to know, you know, basically where you're planning on going there. So you can, your normal movement's 6, you can move up to 5. I just need to know. Basically trying to stay clear of the danger zone and in the dark, but get within 5 of the candle. Okay, so you can't stay in the dark and get within 5 of that other candle. The other candle is, you know, you've got water there. You can go slogging through the water that's in the dark over there, so you can move over there to the water and begin to walk past the edge of the light, if that's what you want to do. Oh, 5 squares. I thought you meant 5 feet. Okay. Yeah, you shoot the candle from there. Go ahead and roll your attack. Yeah, with no units on it, I can't tell what you mean. I thought you meant 5 feet. Goofy assumption on my part. Okay, so obviously you hit it and destroy that candle as well. So the little aerial burst starts whipping around all in that area too. And essentially you can determine by looking at it that the effect is about a burst 2 effect. So, oh my goodness, roll 20. And of course I have to do it again and that again. Okay, now let's see. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's about like, it's something like this area, right? You see the gray square, and then the blue square is something like this. What is it? 1, 2. So it'd be like this, basically. So yeah, that's the whipping area of the water and ice thing. So anyway, yeah, I know the gray kind of melds with the map. All right, so instead of gray, I'm going to make it pink. 1 second. But you know that it's supposed to be air magic, so it's not pink. That's the other one. Okay. All right. And that was Kern. Okay, so Donier, it's your turn. If you're talking, Jonathan, I do not hear you. Are you there, Jonathan, sir? Okay, we are going to skip him temporarily. We're going to Ceres. Ceres comes on through the room with Nidrik, and she gets to right there next to Stefan and is dragging the rat man behind her. And it is Nala's turn.
You skipped me.
Oh, okay. Yes, we did not skip you. You skipped yourself by not being here. Okay, so
I didn't. I'm sorry. I did not hear you call me.
I said Donier and then I said Jonathan both. Okay, so anyway.
I'm so sorry. I must have spaced out.
Yep.
So sorry.
It's all right. It's your turn. What do you do?
I'm going to be walking towards where I saw Kern disappear.
Okay. Well, you can kind of see him over there. He's a little bit backlit against the campfire light, so you see him over there. So, yep, you move to there.
You said I can only get 1 square in the darkness, so I get there.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Sorry about that.
That's
again.
just one. That's just one move action. You can continue.
I can, can't I? So yes, I will continue on towards.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you reveal Kern, and if I'm not mistaken, you probably get a little nasty look from Kern because you just revealed him in the light. All right, so let's see. Something like this. All right. So, Nala. poor Nala is immobilized up there. Give me some indication that you hear that it's your turn, Nala. Just like a yes or a hello or a one or something in the chat box, please, so that I know that you know it's your turn and you're at least thinking about it. Same thing with Tim. Okay, I think we lost Nala and Tim. Okay, Umbriel, we're going to go ahead and do your turn because I think they just dropped out.
Okay, my light source just ran away.
Yep.
So I'm gonna walk north where
Yeah,
the
you
other
can
light is.
Yeah, you can see. You're only -1 movement because you can see the floor with the glare of the light in between.
Okay, but I don't see the squares, so I don't know how much.
Okay, so do you want to move all the way up? You'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to there. Oh, sorry, to there.
There.
That's 5. If you want to move.
Okay, there.
Okay.
I pick up the torch.
Okay, so wait a second. I'm confused now. Okay, so you do another move action to there and pick up your torch. Okay. All right. So you're done.
I guess so.
All right.
Perception.
You wouldn't have a minor left. You did a move, and then a minor.
Why double move?
Okay, so it took your full move is only 5 because you started in darkness to there. Okay.
Oh.
Now you don't have to then step over and pick up the torch, but I assumed you wanted to because you did that. So what do you do?
Now, if I have to spend another move, I'm gonna move to there and then pick the torch.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so you pick up the torch. All right, and that reveals, and then you're done. Yeah, so that reveals this, and you're getting even more of a clear view of the fact that there's obviously, you actually, on passive perception, you'll hear a moan to the north, like roll me an insight check. Umbriel. So I'll roll it for you. That's fine. Okay, so yeah. All right, great. So you think that noise was vaguely Hainish, and it is coming from here. You think?
I didn't know moans can have languages.
Oh yes, they can.
Okay, whatever.
Yes, you hear the burly Germanic moan of a Hain up to the north in that direction. All right. Okay, so Stefan, we are to you, sir.
All right, so what is my movement? How's my movement affected for being in dark?
Okay, so as long as you're headed towards the light, you're only -1 on your move.
All right. Hang on. As a minor action, I used the implement I drew last turn.
Okay, I can barely hear you. You sound like you're in a deep, long tunnel.
Yeah, this is my headphones. As a minor action, I use the rhomboid to produce light.
Okay, you're starting up the ion stone. Is that what you're doing?
No, it's the rhomboid.
I still can't hear you. Can you type it in? I'm sorry, I can't. I just cannot hear you. Yes, the rhomboid, that's an ion stone. So, oh, no, I follow you. That's a different thing. Okay, yes. You're using its power, okay, and to do what? Do you have a macro for that power? And it's on you. Okay, so go ahead and put that on yourself and that effect aura on yourself, and then I will mark up what you see accordingly. I mean, you know you can then move. It's fine. Right. Okay. All right. So we want to use squares, not circles. 1 second. Okay. All right. So
All right, so that is a minor.
light comes into being. Okay, so roll the Arcana check. Okay, good enough. Continue.
And then I'm going to move. Can you? I can't see what I can't see.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm still
I'm
in darkness.
there. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, the darkness warlock has been holding out on you. He's got light. He just doesn't like light.
And then what can I see further north?
All right, so you moved there. And then you can see in the dim light, of course. Okay. And did those two pictures mean anything to you? And if so, what? Ray, are you there?
Yes, I'm trying to think.
Okay.
It's a hanging and a beast band. That's what I can tell you about.
Yep. Okay. So Ray doesn't remember, but you can roll an insight of 16 to have the game master remind you. Not initiative. INS, insight. Okay. You believe that you have seen these two before. In fact, this
So
Hain
that's the guy that sold Marcus' dog.
That is correct.
Sorry. Although the bugbear I think I've seen before.
So you actually met them not once, but twice. You met them once in Cochrane's at Cochrane's Mill, and once you met them at the just outside of the Angry Eel when in town. Anyway, and
I don't remember that, but okay.
you know that this particular beast-blooded dude, the bugbear, it does speak some rudimentary Hainish. You know it.
Okay.
Okay.
Move there.
Because Jim Bob talked to it, and it talked back.
And I'm freaking exposed now.
And they are shackled to the wall. And they look like they're just about dead.
I will dart both the rope guy again.
Okay.
And I'm done.
All right, that will miss, and you are done. Okay. Your insight check of 18. Next round, I think it's about round 4, maybe 5. Wrangle.
Okay. These are chained, right?
If you are speaking, I cannot hear you anymore.
Sorry.
1 second. Okay, try again.
Are you hearing me?
There you go.
Those two are chained, right?
Yes, you see a beast-blooded bugbear chained to the wall, and you also see a Hainish clansman chained to the wall. You're not sure what clan he doesn't really look like what you remember most Dowlee looking like.
Stefan points at the corner right there, off to the left of the bugbear.
Okay.
And as a free action, you can peek around the corner, and yes, you have the ability to take a shot at that dude. He's only got partial cover, just like he took a shot at you.
Okay, that's the guy. I'm gonna move to here, use my positioning strike against this one.
Okay.
I don't know the name, but do I have a -2 against this one? Okay, that's a 14.
Technically, the way you approached, you have -2 because the corner of the wall is still there. If you did this, if you went like this, sorry, hang on a second. Roll20 messed up again. All right, so hang on a second. This, if you did this, 2, 3, 4. If you did that, you wouldn't take the -2.
All right.
Okay.
No problem. Okay, I'm standing there.
Okay.
I still didn't get a hit at him.
Yeah. Okay. So that will miss him. Does it? It doesn't do anything on a miss, does it?
Then I will take it. Do I have an action point?
Let's look at the battle tracker. You have used your action point. No, you haven't. You have an action point.
Okay.
Okay, so you use it.
Let me check this. Okay, I will use it and move up to here.
Okay.
He's on a bow, right?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And I will use that strike. That lets me move.
Okay.
2. Melee and 0 right there.
All right, so you hit him.
There it is.
You hit him.
7 points.
You killed him. He drops immediately. All right. So that was you with the action point, and now I would say he's almost certainly going to change. So only on a 1 is he going to continue shooting Nala. Okay, he's going to shoot at Wrangle. Okay. And this is actually with combat advantage. Okay, so that is a critical. Okay, and you are hit. You take 9 points of damage and you're immobilized. Alright, so 9 for Wrangle. You've got 2 points left. Hanging on by a thread.
Arrow that I can see going someplace.
Let me look. Let's see. Your light is shed, but it would only go to like right there. Let's see. This would go to sort of here-ish. and here-ish, like that. So, did you roll a perception check this round, Ray?
No.
No? Okay, so just make a... This would be a passive perception. You're at minuses, but you might see it. Roll.
No, the answer is no.
Okay. So, that was that. Now it is Kern. Wait. Yes. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. I thought we might have skipped somebody, but I guess we're okay. Wait a minute. Did I do the robed guy after Stefan did his light thing and moved up? I don't think I did. I don't remember. Did I? Did I skip the robed guy? It doesn't matter. He reignites the lightning thing there, and he shoots the girl again. It doesn't matter. I don't think he can quite do it, but he's going to get it in. Okay, and then Kern, go ahead. Okay. Okay. All right. It's -2 for partial cover, but no problem. An 8. Yeah, you'll miss it with an 8 actually. Okay, so you blast it and kind of miss it brushes right by it. Okay, waiting a second. Kern has not used his action point. Okay, Kern uses his action point. Good enough. Okay, you really want to blast that candle? Okay, do it. Oh! Suffer and succotash. You may really want to, but you just can't quite do it. Ah. It's like blasting. Okay, I'll see him blasting the cold and frozen magical effect over there. All right, Donir, it's your turn. Jonathan?
Alrighty.
And you see, by the way, it's not gone yet, but the blue area of effect seems to be, it's going to diminish at the end of this turn. You think the other...
Cool. So I'm going to go there behind them. And... do I have anything I can use?
You are now realizing that it's always good to have melee and ranged attacks.
Actually... well, first off, Warlord, with the books, you gave us access to all the Warlords are melee. Strictly.
Yes. Mostly they are. Did you see that you have a special Warlord class ability, which I even wrote a macro for and added to your character called Buck Up? Do you see that? It's a button. When you click on your token, you have a button that says Buck Up. Well, if you read the Warlord class, you have that ability you can use once per encounter per ally.
Oh.
Oh.
That is a thing I can do. Cool. I will Buck Up Kern.
Okay. 1.5. Okay, so you must have a 3 in your charisma. Okay, so that rounds down. Unfortunately, everything in the game rounds down on the players. So that's +1 to the next attack roll until end of next turn, and so that that gives it to you. All right. Yes, you don't remember. Okay, well that's all about to change. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. So, Kern, just remember that you are now +1 until on your next attack roll until the end of his next turn. Okay. All right. So, is that the end of your turn, Don here?
Yep, that's all I'm gonna do.
Okay. All right. Cerise, she moves ahead, pulling the Ratman with her. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Staying in touch with Abril. And it is to Nala. You rolled a 1 and a 1. Okay, so... Oh, I skipped your turn before, and you rolled a 1 fail on the saving throw. Okay, so that means you poison, you feel even sicker, and you're now at -2 on the save. Okay, so, but now, this turn, what do you do? So you're just restrained. I know that doesn't sound like adjust, but you can still act. You're just restrained. Okay, so you're going all the way to your saving throw. You're -2, and you make it. Okay, so you are now just dropped back to immobilized. I know, what a pain, huh? All right, so Abril.
Again, trying to push the F button. I'm gonna move near Rangal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The torch is coming with me.
Okay.
And one more here. 6.
Okay, 1 second, and I will reveal to you what you see, just so you can maybe change your mind if you don't want to. You see a passageway going north?
Okay, but I see a guy down there.
Yes, you do.
So I'm gonna curse him and shoot him.
All right, you curse him and you shoot him. Why not? Blast him. Go ahead.
Hello, where is there?
Yep. Okay. So you hit him and you do 10 points of damage to him, and +1 with fire, so that's 11 points of damage. And he is not dead yet. Okay. And unless you got anything else, it's Stefan. Stefan?
Sorry, I'm still pushing the top rather than unmuting myself.
Yeah, I
She's the
understand.
rope guy.
Yep.
Did she curse it?
Yes, she cursed it, so you realize that you have to recurse
I
it.
will write my curse.
Okay. Okay. Press the button. Oh, I forgot to do my thing. Oh, that's annoying. That's like 6 rounds of zapping you guys. Oh well. Pretend that the guy has been also, as a minor action, zapping everybody for a D4 or a D6 every round. All right. 16 will miss, so you miss him. All right. This guy, he's getting
I'm
close.
not gonna move.
Okay.
I'll move there.
Okay.
And,
All right. So she has 30 hit points left. So the robed guy does his thing, and he zaps her. That does her this much damage. Okay. Then he has a minor action, which he's been doing this the whole time, but it's okay. I forgot, so he won't do it again. He won't get the damage for it, except for this turn. He shoots. Who will he shoot? He will shoot. He sees the two people over there. He's probably more afraid of two people over there than he is. Ooh, and that girl just cast a spell at him. He's going to shoot a Breel. Reflex versus a Breel. Definitely a hit. Critical. So he did you. And then plus a D3, which is half the spell damage. So he did you 6 points of lightning damage. It blasts you. Let's see.
Okay, I'm gonna use my
Okay.
interruptor, I don't know, elemental rocket.
Yes. Okay. So how much does that take off? I'm sorry. What is it? Elemental what? Let's see.
That.
Oh, elemental redirect. Okay, this power recharges the second and all subsequent times the trigger happens. Okay, trigger. You hit or affected by an elemental power. Yes. Okay, so elemental redirect 15 versus reflex. That will miss him. Does it do anything on a miss? No, it does not. Okay, so.
But he also takes 11 from my Hellish Rebuke.
Aha. Okay, so he did damage to you and he takes 11 damage. Okay, so that makes sense. And he looks like he's on his very last leg, but he is still alive. Let's see. You ended up taking the 6 points. I thought you were doing something different. All right, and so that's for you. Okay, so then he also does an action point and shoots the girl again. And she now has only 18 points left. And he does her 12. So she's down to 6. Okay. And wrangle. Photo finish. We got a photo finish here. Yes, he used he's a classed creature. He's a goblin. He used an action point. And he used a minor action to shoot her with a wand. So no, he did not action point 3 times. The blue stuff also comes out of him. Yes, that's true. That does seem to be cheating. The blue stuff. So anyway, wrangle.
No, what's cheating is he's always hitting my forward work to do that.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's a reason for that too.
No, you said on last turn that the blue stuff would be fading away at the end of this turn.
Yes, okay. The turn ends, and this happens. Any of the dead candle stuff goes. So this blue stuff goes away, and the aerial rush of that goes away, right? Did it work? I think it worked. There we go. So all this blue stuff right here goes away. This piece goes away. This piece goes away. This piece goes away. All right, so and you can kind of see, people who are around now obviously can see that there's a girl there. Okay, and you can see girl spirit floating about 5 feet above the ground. Sorry. She has a little shield around her of radiant light that's kind of helping her. But this spell effect that's all around her obviously has her held, not just helpless, but held. That's a condition in my world. And so, you know, it's making it very easy for the dude over there to blast her easily each time. And you think the spell effects that are hitting her might actually be doing something as well along those lines. But it looks like it's diminishing with Kern's work in destroying the candles. Okay? So anyway, where are we at? Whose turn is it? Wrangle? Wrangle.
This iron stone, the translucent one.
Okay.
Can I activate it? I can't remember if I already used
Well, right now then, go somewhere on your sheet or whatever it is that you use to track his abilities. And this is the one thing that I don't track on my battle tracker, and I've tried to program this, but it's very difficult to program this. So I do need you guys to keep track of what magic items you use and what encounter powers and daily powers you have used. So that's something that you guys do. So just right now, figure out how you want to track that and make a note to yourself that you've used the Ion Stone for today. Now, what does it do? This is the translucent one, Healing Surge.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So.
Healing Surge.
All right. What else does it do? Any? I don't know.
Cannot add any other statistics. Okay, nothing else. Just heal.
All right, so that heals you for 8 points, and I'm just letting you know technically that you have used your last surge, which means
I know.
you are exhausted. You are under the condition of being exhausted. In my world, being exhausted is just pretty much it is a stacking -2 to everything. So you're now -2 to hit, -2 on damage, -2 on saves, everything, until you are no longer exhausted. We haven't played that before. We're going to start playing. All right.
No.
All right, so
And I'm adult and I take my saving throw, right?
yes, you were mobilized, so you get a saving throw.
Minus.
Yes,
2.
and half speed. Okay, and we've used it before. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, and so you're -2. Yes, so you need a 12 on your saving throw. Excellent. You save and you're no longer
Okay.
immobilized. All right, so you can take the little net off of your token, and that is the end of your turn. Okay, so now this remaining goblin archer is scared, but he is going to, on a 1, he's going to just kind of try and flee. Okay, no, so he's going to be a fool and stand there and attack and try and do something. So 1, 2, 3, Abriel, 4, 5, or 6, Wrangle. Let's see which one he wants to hit. He wants to hit Wrangle.
No, both of them.
Okay, and so he's got combat advantage because he's striking out of the darkness. He misses. Doesn't that miss? Your armor class is better than a 14, isn't it?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, he misses horribly, and he's obviously terrified. That's why he missed. Okay, Kern, we're to you, sir.
I can take off the net.
Yes, you can take off the net. Yes.
I can't.
Oh, you can.
If I click it, I get another net.
I like that. That's kind of cool. All right.
There it is.
It must be something else there. Maybe. Oh, it's the blood splatter. That's what it is. Okay, so hang on. Blood splatter. We'll change it to the GM layer. There. Now you should be able to do it. All right. So, okay, Kern. Okay. What's the target? Sorry. There doesn't appear to be a target listed in your... I know. Which one? The gold one. Okay. All right. So you smack the candle. It doesn't seem like it's too hard to hit it. And it goes out, and that causes a little explosion. And we'll see if anything weird happens. I think something weird might happen this time. Well, Roll20 messes me up, of course. Hang on. Alright, we will try again. Draw shape. Now we have to rechange the color again because Roll20. Alright, and 1, 2. That's it right there. Basically 1, 2, something like that. Okay. So the flailing fire is in that area now. So he gets targeted by flailing fire. And Kern, I will let you roll this. This is D20 plus 10 versus reflex. Okay. It missed him, but now you get to be an evil GM and you have the evil GM's power. So instead of doing the 2d6 plus whatever, it just does 1d6 on a miss. So 1d6 fire damage. 3 points of fire damage. Is it enough? It's very close. He has 6 hit points. Okay, so he's down to 3. All right. All right. If that's all occurring, are you done, or you got more stuff? Okay. Donier, it's your turn.
What is the range of Buckup?
It should say on there, but I think it's 5.
It does not.
Okay, I think it's 5.
5?
Yep. I will let you do this. If you yell loudly, you can get it to 10. You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
It's based on you being able to talk. If you can't talk, you can't do buck up. The implement is your voice.
Can you go under this green wavy thing?
You can step over it. It's a trail, what looks like a trail of her spiritual blood.
Yeah. Donier's going to yell encouragement at Wrangle.
Okay. All right. So you yell across that distance. All right. So do we have it? Let's see. Yep. Okay. All right. So Wrangle, you are a +1 to your next attack roll until the end of next turn. All right. And what else? Are you done, Donier, or you got something else?
I would like to take the next move to move further up.
Okay. All right. This would be the point at which, as a game master, roll an insight check out. Say you need a 14.
INS?
Yeah, insight. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. No free information from the game master. All right. So, all right. Let's see. You are moving to there. That's fine. You see that. Okay. Looks like there's a bunch of dead goblin bodies over there.
I am outside the fire, right?
You are outside the fire. That is correct.
Good. Wanted to make sure I was outside the fire.
Okay. Are you done?
That is my turn.
Okay. Cerise just stands and gawks at everything. And she says, "Hey, these guys are alive. They need help." She says that, and then she says it in Hainish. "Hey, these prisoners are alive over here. They need help. Kern." Okay, and Nala. Nala continues to curse. There's a fairly loud string of Hainish curses coming from Nala. All right. Abriel.
So you say the orange square where the roadman is fire.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna try to concentrate all the fire on the guy. Make the fire go towards him and
Okay.
make it brighter.
Okay, so you need a what's your normal manipulation roll? Do you know? Does it say on there?
Arcana.
Yes, but what's the roll? The DC?
16, I guess.
Okay, for each 2 points you get above that, you'll do a point of fire damage to him.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that was a standard action.
whatever it says on there. I don't remember.
No, I don't have any description of that.
Oh, you don't have the link? Okay. I thought we went through this last time. Let's see. It's linked in your equipment sheet under the helm, right?
No, that's the helm power. This is another thing, I guess.
Oh, okay. It's your helm that does this too. But okay, I will address this later on. But okay. So no, it is only a minor action for you to do that.
Okay, I'm gonna. No, not gonna curse him, but I'm gonna hellish rebuke him.
Okay. Go ahead. And you, by the way, you can only attempt that once per round, just like a perception check. But okay. Anyway, go ahead. I will write that up for you on there. Okay, so that is exactly what you needed to hit him because of the +1. You know, if it wasn't unerring, you wouldn't have hit, but you hit him. And yeah, he's got no mods, so you hit him and he dies.
Nice.
Okay. And looks like Stefan gets his boon because you didn't curse him.
No, I didn't.
So Stefan, you get the boon.
Do I see this guy? No, I'm not gonna spend my action point there. End of turn.
Okay. All right, and Stefan. You see a very, very unhappy goblin there. All right, let's see. 1, 2, or 3 on a D8, and he will attempt to surrender. Nope, he does not seem to be wanting to surrender. Even though you have found him, he is still going to fight. You just did a move over there and you're done? Is that correct? Okay. You said done.
Oh, sorry. I just realized I was muted still. I keep getting pushed to talk.
Yeah.
I move around there, asked to see what I saw, which you then showed me right after I asked. So that was really strange. I curse him, and then I'm going to bolt of everything.
Okay, you curse him, all right, and then you bolt him, all right. Why'd you say done when we hadn't even responded yet? That's just weird. Okay.
So that's probably about when I turned it on.
All right, so
I will curse him, bolt him, and I'll be done.
Yeah, he's dead, and you get your pack boon again.
And I will be done now.
Okay.
Actually, I will say there's a clansman who's alive over there, but he's dying.
Okay. All right. All right, so this guy's done. All right, so then this thing is still there. The fire is still there. And it is Wrangle. Sorry.
Okay, I take my perception check.
Okay. Look around. Go ahead and roll it. I don't care. Okay.
Anything else?
You look around. You don't see much moving. You know, the spirit is still moaning. There's fire on her. Let's see. She had 6 hit points, and the flames had to hit her. So that's D20 plus. It was 10, and so it's plus 15. Her reflex is 20, so she still got hit, and she still takes that fire
More
damage.
than she has.
Okay. All right. So, yep, she does not look happy. Okay. She stops moaning, and her spirit kind of doesn't seem to be moving anymore. It just seems to be kind of free floating there. All right. So, what do you do?
Okay, I don't have much to do here. Just watch around the corner, look what this guy has on it, and wait.
Okay.
You said I didn't hear anything, right?
There was nothing that you saw or heard besides what you would normally expect in this environment.
Okay. I tell the rest of the group I can't hear any other hostiles near. But I don't know what to do with that spirit in the down there.
All right. So that's what you say, and you're done, Kern.
I'm done.
Okay, so roll a nature check. All right, so you're aware of this. All right, I'm just going to say it because you're the only one that knows this, and everybody else should disregard knowing this. Okay, so here's the thing. You know that you can, as a very dangerous thing that you can do, you can tell Julian to bolster her spirit on the spirit plane. This will begin to cause Julian damage, and he doesn't get a saving throw or any resistances against this damage. But as long as he can use his spirit to bolster her spirit, he will be able to keep her, quote unquote, alive. But her spirit death on the spirit plane is done. In other words, she's going to die. Now, the only thing that you can do is you can keep her alive to kind of maybe talk to her, okay? So Julian will be taking damage. You know, if Julian dies that way, he's permanently dead. And it's only a standard action to initiate the process. So you got to move Julian over there and then do a standard. So you got to move and a standard. Okay, so you move and Julian moves. Yep, no problem. All right. All right, so you need to roll a nature check for Julian. You need a 20 on this, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so Julian grabs hold of her, and you see that ring of radiant energy around her surrounds Julian as well. And the effective ability of that is that it's resist 3, pretty much resist 3 all. There are some cases of things that might do damage, okay, but we'll handle that when we come to it. For the most part, it's resist 3 all. And so when he grabs her, she gasps as if coming back to life, and as she does so, Julian takes this much damage, and that is not halved. He takes 7 full points of damage. So you can track Julian for now. I assume you know how many hit points he has. I don't think he's not on the battle tracker yet, is he? We'll put him on the battle tracker eventually, but so you keep up with him. You know what he's got, and so that's the situation. Now we add her to the initiative order, okay? And this is her initiative roll. Okay, so she goes in 19. All right, so technically she's already gone, but she will drop to just after Donir, and she will speak and act in 15. Okay? So, Kern, are you done? Minor action to speak Espiritu. Okay. So just send me a tell of what you ask. Or does that take a minor action for you to do that in order to understand it? I can't remember my own powers. All right, while you're answering that, Danya, it's your turn. So what are you doing?
There's not a lot I can do here, so I'm going to.
All right. Do you understand Ethani? You understand the basics of Ethani, right?
I do, yes.
Okay, so roll me. First of all, did you hear what Cerise said and what Abril said?
I heard what Cerise said.
Or Stefan said. Okay, so what'd she say?
There are people over here that need help.
Okay, just checking. All right, so what do you do?
I'm going to start making my way over there.
Okay.
He keeps not letting me do a thing. There we are.
Okay, so those are dead bodies, so they're difficult terrain.
Oh, right.
Okay, move yourself
Then
back. Try
let's
again.
do-
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Try again.
How's that?
Okay, and you're only wearing leather armor, is that true?
I'm wearing chainmail.
Okay, chainmail's -1 to your move, so you move back 1. There you go. All right.
And then I will double move, so.
Okay. You know all the other Omp think you're crazy, right?
Oh, they absolutely do. And but there's no Omp here.
Yes, exactly. So they think you're crazy somewhere else. All right. Okay, so you moved to there, no problem.
And I was given this chainmail. It was on one of their dead friends. They were like, hey, you should use this. It'll make you less easy to hit.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so, all right. So you moved to there, no problem. And Kern, okay, I got that. Okay, so now, Kern, the spirit responds. All right, and it's speaking to you. It speaks to you in Espiritu, so you're the only one that can understand it. Okay, so, and that's being basically told to you by Julian as it goes. All right, so it's like this. It says. Let me get my notes out 1 second. Make sure I'm telling you the right stuff. Alright, so. Alright, she says this. Okay, and then That's all. That's all she gets out this round. And the word that says pole, P-O-L-L, is actually pool, P-O-O-L. Okay? And that's what she says. Okay, Cerise is just holding Nitrix, and she's saying, one of these guys is beast-blooded. Nala, can you come over here? Nala. Yes, Nala is finally, she breaks out of it, and her limbs de-lock up, and she's able to move around. All right, so that's save comes at the end of the round, though, so you're just now free. All right, so Abriel.
The fire still bothering the spirit.
Yes, there is still fire there. It will. You think that it's fading, though? You can tell, given your sense of the flame, you could preserve the fire and keep it, or you could let it die, and it's going to die at the end of this round.
I'm gonna help it die.
Oh, okay. You just shut it down. Okay, just roll. Basically,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't do anything.
Well, it was dying anyway, so. And
That's
now
all.
this is gone. The fire thread. All right, and that was you, Stefan.
I am going to take out Elixir. Take a little. Spend a minor. I'm going to spend a minor action to put away my
Rod.
primary implement.
Okay.
Spend a minor action to take out an Elixir, and then spend a minor action to get it to Ringall.
Okay.
Tell him rub a small amount of this on him, and you will feel a little better. You won't be quite as tired. And then you get the rest back.
Okay, so you're extending a elixir to Rangal. All right, and it is the next round. It's Rangal's turn. Okay, so are you drinking it, Rangal?
I say no, don't drink.
Oh!
It's a saddle. Or it's awful thick to try to drink it out of it. You turn it over, it doesn't fall out.
Okay.
So just give him the mechanics. What does it do?
It rubs the lotion into its skin.
It puts on the lotion.
It's a waxy saddle. Just rub it into the wounds.
Okay. So what does it do?
It takes an action with the wound search.
Okay. Is it it gives him
It gives him a healing search.
but it doesn't actually heal him. Okay. So you're not healed.
So
You just
you're
get
not exhausted.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Nice.
Good point. All right. Good enough.
Okay. Move to save points and use the. Sorry. I move there and use the elixir, and well, what did I get? The healing search back.
Yep.
Okay. And that's a standard action to use.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've got a
Well,
minor action left. I don't know what you do.
I still extend my hand.
Oh,
Minor
okay.
action,
Yeah, okay. So
and-
you had to minor take it, you moved, and you did a standard to use it. So that's your whole.
I'm
round.
done.
Okay. All right. So Kern, it's weird to you, sir. Oh yes, the lightning thing that he was shooting is gone. Yes, these. Well, 20's not giving me help. 1 second. There we go. Well, there. I'm just going to take this one to the face. To the face. Well, I mean, it's just a little candle flame. The little flame that's coming out does seem to be grayish purple. So you think, you could just reach down and blow it out. Just as the complement to your move action, even. I mean, actually, yeah, that would be a combined action, so you'd have to roll an acrobatics roll for that, but you can move over there and then minor blow it out. Okay, you blow it out, and the little earthy line goes away, and doesn't seem to have any other effect. So it doesn't explode like the last ones did. All right, so the only things you see still are, you see that there's all this sort of black miasma there, and the necrotic stuff, but you can't really tell it. Maybe it doesn't actually do damage. Doesn't seem like it's gonna do you damage. Just letting you know. So what else do you do? Okay. All right. So when you do that, Julian says this. Okay. And he takes that minus the protection that was earlier, the resist 3, I think. Okay, so he takes 5 points, and he should have taken 7 minus 3 before. So he took 4, and then he took 5. Okay, so maybe a little more than that even. Yes, okay. All right, so yeah, you got to go to him in prayer, I understand. All right, so Nanya.
I'm going to continue moving.
Okay.
And then continue moving.
Okay.
What does it look like it would be to try and cut them down?
Well, do you okay, roll a healing skill check.
Is that the AG?
Yes. Okay. So, they look really, really bad off, is the first thing I'll say. And then the second thing I'll say is, are you going to look at how to take them down?
Yes.
Okay. You see that they are both shackled to the wall. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let me look. Okay, so you have used all of your heals for the day, is that correct?
I have, yes.
Well, that's not good. Okay.
I still have, I can still talk on my turn, right?
Yes, I mean you can talk simultaneous with all of this. You've only
Right.
got
Okay.
30
So
syllables.
as I'm looking at them and I'm looking at the shackles, I'm going. It looks like it would be like normal, so that it would need a key to open up.
You're thinking probably yes. It needs a key to open up on the shackles. Yes.
So I'm going to shout out, find key quickly.
Okay. All right, and then we get to the spirit. Okay, so this is the same thing then for what happens to. It does only one more point of damage to Julian spirit, and then the woman says this to Kern.
What are we doing here?
I'm typing to Kern what he hears, so he'll see it when he gets back from him in prayer. Okay,
Right.
so Cerise begins to move up, and she's like trying to keep an eye on Nitrix and looking to see if she can help you. She's like, all right, do we let this one go? I don't even know. It's a beast blooded, and then Nala. Oh, Nala's in.
If I have any words still from that, I'm Johnny is just going to be like, find key.
Okay, Nala's at him in prayer also. I think that this next round and the end of this round is pretty important. So, and I don't know what can happen, but I'm going to wait until they get back from him in prayer to finish this round out. So let's everybody take a 5-minute break, if you would, please, and then come back. Is that all right? Everybody take 5 minutes.
Sure, I can do that.
All right. We'll see you back in 5. You are not getting any of this, my friend. Maybe the last bite. Quit breathing on me. I'm sorry if y'all can hear me eating. I'm trying to be quiet. Yeah, I'm back as well. I'm just, eating a sandwich. So we want to kind of, if we can, we'll wait and see if Tim gets back. Give him a few more minutes. I know y'all had to save yourselves and everything with your healing. It's tragic, though. If you can't save these people, then it's going to be a lot of information that goes missing. Keeping track of my new posts on my page. Oh, yeah. My dog is giving me the evil eye because I'm not giving him my cool wrap. Nice. Vegas is always fun if you have money. That city is scary, though. Keep you up all night, and you just. I went to Vegas a couple of times, and I've been going 3 days without sleep. First time I went, I was trying to make enough money to pay for my soon-to-be wife's engagement ring. And I've discovered you never gamble with a mission, because normally I'm a very good gambler, but I lost the first day I won like $800, and the second day I lost like $1,600. And 3 days later, with my friends, I earned back like maybe 200 or 300, but I ended up losing around about $1,000 for the trip. So bad decision. Yeah, really, that's what we often call it. But the next couple of times I went to Vegas, I won several $1,000s each time. So, you know, in general, with casinos, I'm up. I tend to make money. I really love blackjack. Blackjack is awesome. It's the closest game in the house, pretty much. Craps are crazy. You got to be crazy to play craps or roulette. Either one of them. They're just, the odds are so against it. You can play craps close to the right odds, but you got to have a really good system. You got to know what you're doing. Blackjack's much easier to be even with the table. Of course, then you always get on some table with some complete ding-dong who takes a bad card and blows the whole table. And you've never seen people willing to murder somebody like that moment. It is always terrible. Yeah, I can count too, but if they catch you counting, they will throw you out. Of course, if you can count into a 6-deck shoe, then you're good. 6 decks is a lot of cards. My volleyball team, they always go to casinos with me, and we've made pretty good chunks of money sometimes. Me and one other guy. The other 4 or 5 people tend to lose, but me and him are more serious gamblers, paying attention to every little nuance. Yeah, exactly. If you can get a deck that's a lot of the 10 cards are burned and it's light, that's awesome. Or if it's a lot of 10 cards in it, that's awesome too. Either way. Tim, I don't know if you're there or can hear me, but if you're back, you should let us know because we're waiting on you. Wait a minute now. You mean you'll split 10s? That's really, when you split 10s, yeah, that's the smug gods get mad at you. The smug gods will come down and stomp on you, and they'll get everybody else at the table too, and then they'll all be mad at you. Or when you're looking at a 4, 5, or a 6, and you go ahead and you've got a 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, and you hit it against the table for the dealer, and you take the dealer's bust card. Brilliant. Exactly. Dealer standing on a 6. Yeah, exactly. So you shouldn't do that. Bad taste, bad form. Why what? Why shouldn't you do that? It's extremely bad taste. If you have 20, you accept the 20. You accept the win in good form, and you don't try and get greedy because the smug gods will stomp you. And then they'll stomp everybody else at the table, too. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can get away with it, but you shouldn't. Table that plays together wins together. Table that doesn't will automatically lose. Seen it many, many times. It is not random at all. I've had a lot of experience in casinos, and you can say whatever you want to about luck or fate or whatever you want to call it. It's just like a athletic team. If everybody's working together and got the spirit up and they're playing good and hard and they're all playing by the same way, they can the odds will skew in their favor. But you can definitely do the other thing too. Even if there's one spoil sport, it will slam it. I understand. You have to be a believer. If you're not a believer, you shouldn't be gambling, because the odds are in the house's favor. If you believe in probability, then you don't gamble because they win. End of story. But if you're a believer, you can gamble. And you can win sometimes. I went for like 15 years net up against casinos. Only like the last year and the last 3 times that Lance and I went did I go to the net negative against casinos, and I'm only down about $200 total against the casinos in all time, every time I've ever gone. And I've been a bunch of times. I used to be like $22,000 up. That was a long time ago, though. Tim, if you're back, let us know. We're waiting on you. I don't remember their hymn and prayer taking this long before. It's been almost 30 minutes. Maybe it didn't. I just didn't realize it because we were all talking before. Yeah, I mean, mathematically, I can do statistics. That's fine. That's not how gambling ends up working. If you actually do it and you think about it and you get out with a good table, you see what I'm talking about. And you can say, well, that's just as high probability exception or coincidence. Okay, fine. Seems to work an awful lot. It works more than the probability would indicate that it would work. A lot more. Tim, are you back yet? I can't believe Tim and...
Are you going to vote tomorrow? Today?
I am going to vote indeed. Yes, I am.
Yeah, good.
Of course.
I'm trying to figure out a way to make that work.
Why wouldn't it work?
Because it looks like the friends I'm going with want to go to Vegas early, and I don't have the mail-in ballot for California.
Oh, okay.
So I have to figure out a way to be like, okay, I have to be at the place when it opens at 7. Hope to God there's no line. And then immediately get down to Gilroy so we can make the 7-hour trip.
Well, you're in a state, just like our state. California is certainly going to fall to Hillary, and Alabama's almost certain to fall to Trump. So it's very likely.
Has 99.6% likely to fall to Trump.
I know.
The highest leading Trump state.
I know, and we're like #1 Trump state that there is. It's funny.
We're just the most Republican state in the country.
Yeah.
I kid you not. Our state is almost pointless to vote.
Yeah, it is. It's like
it is
lockstep.
so bad. The Democrats don't even have candidates running for 2/3 of the office.
I know. There's no one even on the ballot. It's bizarre. I actually predict that Trump will win in a landslide across the entire nation. Not entirely every state, but he will win and by a landslide.
Yeah.
but we'll see what happens.
Damn it, that means I have to move.
Why do you say that?
Well,
California is voting for Hillary, right?
Yes.
yeah.
If he wins on the landslide, our country is truly doomed.
Exactly. And no, like, I have a stress disorder. My stress disorder would not allow me to stay in a country ruled by Trump. Unfortunately,
That's
it
hilarious.
just there's not enough medication to keep me okay.
I can make some room here in Argentina, but I can tell it's not any better.
Well, you know,
But I think Trump will win. I don't know why, but
well, he has
somehow.
Hillary has suffered from. I mean, she's linked to a satanic cult now, and she's under investigation by the FBI. I mean, it's just crazy stuff.
No, the investigation by the FBI ended last night. They specifically said that there is no reason to open it anymore because they finished through all the emails. And they closed the investigation last night at like 9.
Yes, I know, and watch what happens with the FBI after this. Heads are going to roll regardless because they've handled this so poorly.
Regardless, either way.
Yeah, they've handled it so poorly. Either there is something, or there was no reason to reopen the investigation. So
We had shit regarding Anthony Weiner, so they were all like, "Oh no, we must find out what it had to say."
yeah, well, I
Oh
mean,
my god.
it did make sense that you've got to know, but they should not have reopened it unless there was fire instead of just smoke. But anyway, it's just goofy. The whole thing is goofy. I shudder to think that this is the best that American politics has to offer.
I knew we were sorely. What I believe to be the most thoroughly dead canary in the coal mine is when the surgeon thought he could be a better politician, better president than any of the other presidents we've had so far. That a surgeon whose entire political background is, I was a surgeon, and I've read a couple books.
You know what though? I like.
believe the same thing about a real estate guy.
You know what though? I like that guy. He was better. He was better than the other people in the field at the time.
Oh, absolutely. But
That's the
still,
scary
The
part of
only
it.
reasonable
That's the
Republican
point.
was catching.
You know, I mean, it's like that's the point when you gotta sit back and say, wait a minute, how bad has our politics been when a surgeon actually thinks he can be better than a politician?
No.
A surgeon who has no political understanding, no real,
Again,
who
I think.
has not been in the field or anything like that.
Again, I think he actually really could do better than a politician because they're all so horrible. but anyway,
and that's the problem.
yeah, it's.
That is the innate problem here.
I mean, I would trust, I would be very interested to see if a chimpanzee pressing buttons could do better. Seriously.
Oh, I made that joke before. I told a group of my friends, like, there were some friends of mine who were like, so, what do you think about Trump? I said, well, personally, I think that a half-brain dead monkey slapping his hands against a keyboard would be a better president than Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think Trump's going to surprise people. I think he's probably going to be elected. I think that he is also going to be, one way or another, he's going to be effective. I just hope they let him be effective, because if they don't let him be effective, he's going to take over and be effective. So better let him be effective. But at least at that point, something will happen. This sort of flopping along like a dead fish with our economy is just not getting us anywhere.
I think if Trump is elected, he will crash the economy.
Well,
Because he will try to do something, it will backfire, and then he will double down
yes,
on it and screw us over.
Yes,
That's
yes.
what I believe.
Yes, he will. And the thing is, that's why I'm saying you better let him do what he wants to do, because if you don't let him do what he wants to do, he's going to do what he wants to do, and then you're going to
Oh, he's already,
destroy things.
no, Robert, he has already said he will encourage the Army to commit war crimes. He has no compunction about killing women and children because they know terrorists. I mean, granted, he didn't go as far as Ted Cruz and saying we should just carpet bomb areas of the Middle East. I'll give you that.
Right,
That's
exactly.
not all he did.
Ted
That's
Cruz,
not all he did say.
thoroughly insane. Yes.
I mean, he says we should back out of NATO. We wouldn't support NATO if Russia invaded Eastern Europe. And he's buddy, but he tries to downplay the fact that he admires Putin, but he does.
Yeah.
He acts like he's a dictator. If he becomes president, I seriously believe you can compare what Trump would be to the guy in the Philippines down at Duarte. I think
Yes.
they would act in the same manner.
Yes, I think that
There's a reason why
he
he's
would-
called Trump of the East.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, but I mean, I look at it like they have the same narcissistic, egomaniacal,
Yeah.
psychological issues, so they're going to behave differently. And when you have the President of the United States telling people to go to hell, or putting your son in war, shit like that's going to have real ramifications for generations.
We've got to hope that our system of checks and balances stays in play. But okay, so
I mean,
Tim,
the system of checks and balances where the freaking Senate won't even have already said that they're going to try to, if Hillary wins, they're going to try to keep the Supreme Court unmanned.
yes, locked up. Yeah.
It is crap what they've done. It is crap what the Republican Party has done to the judiciary branch for the last 10 years.
Right,
If not the last 20 years.
they're losing
Now
control.
they're the Supreme Court. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're losing control and they know it. Yeah, so
But and here's the problem. They won't admit the fact that the demographics of the country has been moving away from them for 20 years, and they've been unable to even acknowledge it. The Republican Party, in my mind, is going to be defunct in 15 years. It will literally die.
either
because
that,
they're unable to change.
or we will become a police state where they've taken over.
Or maybe a revolution will happen. We'll be way better. Now, I do understand that that's what
If
it
a
takes
revolution
that miracle
happens,
to happen.
If a revolution happens, it will be way worse. They will be we will be a corporate police state.
Yeah.
There is no good revolution that's going to happen. I don't think.
No.
It's going to be bad. It's going to be the United States will become essentially the what do you call it? The socialist what do you call it? Fatherland type of country.
If there's
It'll be a police
revolution,
state.
we'll break into about 6 smaller countries.
No, it won't. It'll be a police
Yeah,
state.
we will. Because we have thankfully already 6 smaller countries now, with the exception that there's a federal government left.
Okay. Well,
But
here's
there's basically New England.
yay,
and
you're
there's
back.
Basically the Atlantic states.
I blame you
There's
for
the
this,
Mideast,
Tim.
And there's the Midwest. And there's California, and then the mountain states, and then there's the South.
I don't think
all
the
that 6
if we start splitting off, then the upper half of California will probably want to do that, like they've been wanting to do for years.
yeah.
The upper half of California, Oregon, and
The
Yeah.
upper half of California
And-
should have split with lower half of California long ago.
But
But-
what will happen is Northern California, Oregon, and Washington will kind of form their own thing. Maybe with Idaho, maybe not.
They
You'll
won't.
have
This will
Arizona,
not
New
happen.
Jersey,
This is
Southern
completely
California,
impossible.
Arizona, New Mexico will do their own thing, and Texas will tell everybody to screw off.
No way the corporations would let the country fall apart like that. And there's
Yeah,
no
they
way.
will, because they can't stop it.
Yes, they
Because they
can.
won't have the power to stop it.
They easily have the power to stop. They control
No,
everything.
that doesn't always equate to power.
Okay, so Kern, we waited on. I sent you text, so you're gonna have to like scroll back and find the information that I sent you. That was the whisper of what the girl said. Okay, and it's still the same round because we stopped because I'm just gonna say, I don't know that y'all have anything that can help at this point, but these two people are going to die if they don't get a magical heal, I think. And I don't know, I think you guys don't have any magical heals left, so I think you're just SOL. And that's just absolutely horrible because they have a lot of information and you're just not going to be able to get it. And I'm saying that off the board, I mean on the board now, because this is the classic situation that occurs. And I know, you couldn't do anything or whatever. Yeah, but I mean, this is literally the last round is why I'm saying it. And I don't think anybody can get over there and pull the potions out in time. For some reason, I thought that Donier had a heal left and he could heal at least one of them, which would be a big difference if even just
We've all
one
almost
heal.
died.
But also there was a potential in there for some information to get passed about what's going on that could have helped heal him, but it didn't happen either. So I think everybody's moved to the point where there's not much of a chance now. At the point where that information was available, it was like 3 rounds left. Now there's 1 round left. So anyway,
I think at that point we're going to get anything anyway.
I'm going to what I'm going to do is just, unless someone has a way to heal them, I'm going to just adjudicate it and, just go ahead and move on. Because the only reason we're going round and round right now is in case somebody heals them. That's the only reason.
Is there a chance the translucent Eon Stone is used on one of them instead of me?
The short answer is no, because they wouldn't be attuned to it. And you guys were auto-attuned to those stones when you went through the lightning house. So you just kind of got lucky, and they're not going to end up being so lucky. The only thing else that matters is what the girl is saying to Kern. Okay, so I've sent. Were you able to scroll back and find those messages, Tim? So there was only the first round and the second round. So there was 2 rounds worth of her talking to you, whispers that went to you. Okay. Now you can make me scroll back. Let's see. Nope, there's 2. I see there's 2. So you may be looking at the one there's one that's where you talk to me and then she talks to you immediately. And then there's one about a page further down where she says it again to you. Right? The one from Julian is something different. That was, yes, the one from Julian is in the middle of those 2. Okay. So anyway, yeah, she says that. And she seems to be kind of babbling. On the 3rd round, what do you do? Okay. All right, just tell me what he says. I mean, try to shortcut what you're doing, make it as tight as possible, because since you can't talk, you've got to type. And if you say, I'm going to say something in typing, why don't you just say what you said? and that will shorten the back and forth. Okay. Okay, so he lets her go. All right. And okay, so then my part is over and you can do what you got to do. All right, so now we're in downtime. In other words, people can make calls freely. I'm not hearing anybody say anything that they think they can do within one round to save either one of those two people. So the bugbear and the clansman are going to die.
We don't have any magic to save them.
I understand.
No potions, no healings, no nothing.
Right. Okay. So I was just checking to make sure. I've given out a lot of different stuff, so I just didn't know if there was something left out there that was possible. But it doesn't seem to be the case. I think maybe Jim Bob had 2 or 3 different things, but he's gone. And see, I don't know. I don't remember who had it and who didn't, but he probably had it. Anyway, so yeah, by the time you're able to get them off their chains, they seem to have expired. So Kern obviously has been talking to you. I mean, y'all heard them saying stuff in that weird language that you can't understand. And so anyway, what do y'all do? Y'all can do anything you want to do.
I get my thing back from Randall, my employee.
You get your what back?
My employee, or whatever, the container with the amphora in it.
Okay.
Saying that right. Whatever the container is, you got to have the elixir. Or
The salve, is that what you're talking about?
In it.
Okay. Does it have more applications left or something?
Yes.
Well, too bad you didn't think of using that.
It wouldn't help. It doesn't give a healing surge. It doesn't let you use one.
If you give them a healing surge and they're half dead on the vine, maybe they have something left that they could then spend the surge themselves.
Okay.
But that was not even tried. Well, I mean, it's
You're right. Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't tried.
Yeah.
You're right.
All right.
It
Anyway.
wasn't something I suggested.
Yeah, okay. I understand. I'm just pointing that out. Okay, so anyway, go ahead. What do y'all do?
Okay, I rush over this guy as Antonio said to search for a key, but it will be late. So I will inspect him, and maybe there's something that Karen can use to free that spirit. So I will tell him what I see on the robot.
Yeah, okay. So you see that he has he's wearing a bone necklace. He's wearing some little goblin vambraces, which are like on his shins, And
I keep telling, yes.
So I'll put that down like this.
He's got a bone necklace and
I'm gonna think magic.
Okay.
On the rogue goblin.
Okay. And he also has a okay. Of those things, it appears that the vambraces and the wand seem interesting to you, Stefan.
Okay, look at Stefan.
Can't tell anything about either one of them.
Anything of use?
And what is the wand made of?
It is tipped with iron, but it's made from some other substance. You think maybe wood. It's pretty well petrified. You think it probably would be nature skill. All right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks like it is petrified wood.
And how would that mean anything with Arcano as an implement?
you have heard that tends to be something used a lot by the Fae.
All right. He is a golem too. All right. Well, I will.
For instance, that petrified wood, when it's properly handled through ritual crafting, is a very powerful. In other words, it can hold powerful magic. The spirit looked like a Ethani woman. And, as she was being attacked, her form was kind of beginning to dissipate, and obviously her sort of slightly green, glowing spirit blood was trailing off in these little green lines that go into the water there. So.
Okay. Is there something in the form of the spirit that can relate to her death or how she died?
Well, to you, you saw the guy attacking her. The robed goblin there was attacking her with electrical spells, and I just forgot he should have been using the wand on you guys, as a minor action every round, but I forgot to do that. So it ends up it's intended to be your treasure, so that's a good thing. But at the same time, I just forgot it. It wouldn't have. I don't think it would have swayed things much either way. And there's a bunch of reasons why. Okay, but anyway. Also, if people didn't read what Kern wrote, you have to remember that Kern is Tim can't speak, so when he says something, Cerise is going to repeat what he says in Ethani. So you can consider that you hear what Kern says, but to actually hear what he says, you have to read what he wrote in the chat window there. So.
He wrote a lot.
All right.
So he's saying stuff.
Is that the blood or the blood and water mixture?
When you look over at the pool, you get this impression, Stefan. When I say blinking, that means you don't always see it because it seems to be powerful, and you're.
I know the word.
Okay.
I know the terminology. Means I can't always understand it. Tim's trying to get you to read a
Right.
PM he sent you.
Okay, I just responded. I typed a big long message on. All right. Okay, so when Kern actually scoops some water out, and when he does this, he seems to begin to glow, and he holds his head, but he then looks up and looks at everybody, and he has just this completely goofy smile on his face, and he raises his fist. All of his wounds close up at the same time, and he just stands up and he goes like, ah, and screams out loud, but it's like a very exultant scream. He seems to be, yes, a Hulk smash, exactly, and you see Julian. The spirit of Julian over there, when Kern drinks, Julian's spirit just becomes very bright and glowy and seems to heal of all of its wounds and such as that. And
Well, I suggest everybody do that.
Kern, when you do that, the next round, your action point is back. All your surges are back. You're at max health. You are 2 levels higher, and you have what is it? What am I trying to say? All your heals come back. All your daily powers come back. So it's like a complete full recharge. And you feel strange in that it feels like the experience that you've had and not trained appropriately still needs to be trained somehow, but that you can access it in terms of power and feat choices and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, this is the point at which people tell me if they are choosing not to drink from the water.
Oh, I tend to.
Okay, so the same thing happens to
When
every.
people are done, I try to collect more of it.
Okay, you can see
Are we able to heal the 2 guys, or are they absolutely dead?
the 2 guys are absolutely dead.
Oh well.
Okay, so you try that. You drag them over and plop them down in the water, and they are not magically reanimated. Okay, so you all of you, I think I'll have to check on you, Donier, to make sure. You may only gain 1 level. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure everybody else gains 2 levels. Okay, and this is, you're doing it without training. Normally in my world you would have to train, but for some reason the magic of this water is powerful enough to allow this to happen. Now you still feel something weird, as if that wasn't weird enough, that you need to handle via training. So in other words, you're not getting away from not training, but it's kind of a little bit of a Deus Ex Machina right here. So that you can have some power for your boss battle. Okay, now
What's different about me then?
you gain at least a level for sure, maybe 2. I'll have to check. I'm got to add up all the experience that everybody has. I'll have to do that after the session. I'm not going to do that like in the next 2 minutes or something. Okay, but suffice it to say at least that you gain 1 level and everybody else for sure is gaining 2. Okay, and then we'll go from there. Like I said, I haven't calculated all the experience. I've done some initial work with experience. Okay, so everybody does need to level their characters. Okay, you need to go ahead and choose all the different powers and feats and all those kinds of things for your character. Let's see, what time is it? Oh, it's 10:30 right now, so it's a perfect ending point. Okay, so come to the next game with that. With your characters leveled and ready to go. And Jonathan, a perfect example. How long are you going to be in Vegas, or do you know?
I'm going to be in Vegas Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay, so you'll be back sometime before the day of the game session. Check in with Mythweavers and take a look at it, and I will have let you know whether or not you're 2 levels up or just 1.
Alrighty.
We'll see. And
Okay,
we'll
so
go
I'll
from there.
at least be level 4.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So this, this was always in the plot. So it's not just a Deus Ex Machina. In other words, this was supposed to happen. All right. But I didn't know it would be as absolutely fundamentally necessary as it is. But there it is. Worked out pretty good. So any other calls or interesting calls for while you're down, in this tunnel?
Yeah, I got several.
Okay.
I'm going to make sure the caster gets looted. I'm going to look at the component rituals he has, as well as the circle, just to try to understand it.
Okay.
I'm going to make sure that the goblins get looted, but all that is after I try to collect some of this more essence that's coming out.
Okay, so
That's the
you
spirit.
find one.
And actually, what I'll do, since it's spiritual, if I can assist, if Kern's interested in keeping it, I will try to assist him in collecting it.
Okay, what you find is there are the 4 candle stubs which you figure might still have a use. Okay, and each of the candles is like 0.1 pound, and they're purple and black wax. Okay, and they burn with a gray and purple flame when they burn. Okay, of the 4 stands for the candles, only 1 remains, and it looks like it's quite valuable. The other 3 have been destroyed.
Okay.
So
Can they be repaired?
You do not think so? No.
Okay.
And oddly, it looks like they were quite susceptible to primal magic.
Okay.
The area up here around the place where the spirit was, this green section, do you see the green on the map? The light green is a small cave opening. No, this is the green that I'm talking about. It is a small cave opening that has a little sort of a alcove or grotto that seems to be going down into the ground. Okay, and I'm just going to look, I'm going to show you the rest of this particular room so that you, when you look around, have seen it. Now, you do not find a gear pack for that goblin. So, make of that what you will. None of the other goblins had much in the way of gear except for their, little belts that had daggers, quivers with the little darts and stuff, and the poisons and stuff, right?
The poisons are important as well as the antidotes.
Right. So I'll get you a list of those. I think that Rangel has one from this Archer number 9. So the only one we haven't really done is Archer number 16, and we'll say he had one of the black vials and one of the green ones. Okay.
So are you going to write a post that has all this stuff in it?
Sure.
If you're not, just put it in here.
Yeah. Okay. This is the dart arrows. Okay, and this is the vials. When I told you, didn't I, that when you search Archer number 16, he has a darkness bolt thrower. He's got his weapon is clearly darkness magicked.
No, he didn't.
Okay. Well, he does, and it's a goblin crossbow. That's what it is.
Okay.
And that will work with anyone who can use a crossbow can use it, basically. But that's what it is, and I'll give you the stats on it a little later. But it shoots these little goblin bolts, so it's a little bit different because they only do a D6. What else? I already mentioned that the robed guy has a nice ornate robe, but it doesn't end up being magical. It does look like it might be valuable for a writ or somebody small. That he has a magical wand. We covered that. He has magical vambraces, and he has a bone necklace that looks like it's quite valuable with some inset gemstones. None of them, including him, has any monetary treasure.
I I'm gonna start a thread for loot for this. What are we gonna post it?
There was a loot thread already, isn't there still one?
Not what I'm aware of.
Okay, 1 second. Maybe item links thread. I thought there was a loot thread though. Let's see. Well, okay, just start a new loot thread. It's fine, you know.
Where are we gonna put it?
In the main thread group is fine.
Oh, are we just about finished, or just
Yes.
talking about loot and stuff?
Yes, we are finished. Unless, I mean, I do kind of want to get people's calls for what they're going to do. Like,
Tom. Hmm?
are you people, like, I guess we can start here next time if that's what y'all want to do.
Yeah, I think that would work.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll just start here next time. All right, so does anyone know that they are not going to be here next Monday?
November the 15th.
It is November the 15th, yes.
There is nothing stopping me from being here.
All right. We will see you all next week then. Thanks again. And
Hey, Robert,
yes,
can you give me a call sometime in the afternoon?
sure.